Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda. Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Skies. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Itu satu features yang terbaru daripada website diorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit, korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPL.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPL MY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita pastinya
sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I made, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, makin bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayar kenyala api, nama kita terpahar di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir lemas di telan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap duka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang getir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active matrix display and 90-watt White Plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success, powering their future with industry-driven STEM and TVET. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor X. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody to the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. It is currently 2:17 GMT +8 in the afternoon, and Malaysia is lively as ever, ready to flex what they got here in Season 18. It is looking great as most of our teams have already gotten a first series in. At this point, it's how do you want to progress yourself? How do you want to stand up from the rest? So we do have the news that our transfer window will soon be opening. Everybody is ready, everybody's excited, and you're currently watching the MPL MY's English broadcast. Of course, here today with me, it's going to be Husky, and of course me, Gideon Q, to bring you all the action. Husky, you've been out for a while. Welcome back to the MPL. How you feeling so far?
Feeling excited, right? We had quite the shuffle leading into Season 18. There were some highlight clips, and even while I was away, I have friends that telling me every now and then that, hey, I've seen some highlights, and I think today's series is going to set the bar for some teams. My personal interest has always been in AC since Season 17. I need to see them get a win, man.
Hey, maybe AC may think about it as their time, their era, or my time, my era. Please clean your redeem codes as soon as possible. I've been getting way too many messages about this being like, hey, how come we don't know how to do that? Guys, we've been doing this for years. We've been doing this for years. Scan the QR code down below and quickly get your in-game rewards while you still can. It even tells you how to do it. An in-game profile icon. You go to your settings and then into redemption code. That's how it's done well. With that being said, though, as today's match will include AC alongside with their long-time opponents. Can we even say long-time opponents at this
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I don't think so. I think even last season, they were not really on the same level. Although, in this case, Team Rey, they did have a full roster overhaul. So
they have.
Back to square one for them.
That's the thing, right? We don't know whether these teams have what it takes to become the best of the best, but we need to see signs of life here today. Team Rey facing off against the all-combo AC Esports for the hunt for their very first win, as both teams have yet to win a full series.
Yeah, I think Team Rey, they did beat RRQ in week 1. They're chasing for the second one. They did come off a loss against Team Vamos in a 2-1 fashion where they got reverse swept. But for AC, netizens, they have a lot of chatter online that AC is still not in the right spots. There were clear holes that need to be filled, but the solution is missing.
That's the thing. I don't know. And here's the scary part, because now we're coming to a point where we need to start thinking about who's the weakest links and what we're trying to achieve in the long run, because it needs to kind of coincide. If you are trying to build in these youngins, do you necessarily have to pour in somebody else? It can be really, really tiring, and a lot of big different questions need to be asked. We're going to be throwing it over to our next segment here. It looks like Rose had a little special something going on.
Semalam, Team Rey dengan AC dapat kekalahan mereka masing-masing, which means they're technically on a lose streak. So, pasukan mana yang akan teruskan lose streak masing-masing? Sekarang kita bersama dengan Dolin dan juga Kim untuk borak sedikit tentang kekalahan semalam. Guys, apa jadi Dolin?
Tak tahulah aku.
Tam ni jawab dia. Oh, semalam kita saja kalah dengan Vamos. Sebab kan dong semalam kalah dengan IG. Takkan semalam kemarin kalah dengan IG. Takkan semalam kalah lagi. Kita kasihlah menang.
Oh, macam tu
Ya, saja sebab dalam top 2 takkan kalah kot dengan top 6.
Oh, okay. So tu strategi lah.
Itu strategi.
Okay, so Dolin, Rose nak tanya, you guys tengah macam hadap masalah ke dalam team?
Tak lah. Tak apa, aku tolong. Nak kata masalah, tak sangat. Sebab kita ni chill guy. Tengok ada Alip, ada Theo Ice, ada Dolin. Semua chill guy. So kita memang introvert punya team. So tak ada masalah. Santai. Saya je tak santai.
Boleh nampak
sikit.
Boleh nampak lah. So untuk lawan AC ni, apa like plan korang? Anything? Mana tahu win streak, lose streak you guys patah, dorang boleh menang, you guys boleh menang. Any plans?
Tak tahu juga aku.
Kau tak tahu tak? Plan dia macam ni. Kunci Zaid dalam tandas, jangan bagi dia keluar.
Hah?
Itu je.
Zaid?
Ya, sebab Zaid dia carry dorang.
Oh.
Ya, tu je kunci dia.
Prime
Zaid. Saya masuk tandas, saya kunci dia.
Prime Zaid season 9 is back. Okay. So tak takut lah lawan Zaid nanti?
Tak takut sebab dia dalam tandas.
Dia tak jawab lagi?
Oh, tak jawab lagi. Jawab lu.
Tak takut.
Okay. So nampaknya kita punya veteran-veteran dalam MPL ni, dorang terlalu nonchalant. Kepada rookie pula, dia throwback dengan masalah-masalah ciku dulu dekat M Series, terlalu nonchalant. So you know what, apa-apa pun good luck lah guys. Jom lah kita masuk ke game.
Jom, nak tandas jap, tandas.
Jangan.
expectations have been set. AC, they need Zayed to carry this team. They need Zayed to get stuff done. Whether you agree to it or not. Oh, even Kim trying to flex. Yeah, what are you going to do? Zayed, show him. Oh! That beast of a man, the 6'4" giant. Well, I say 6'4". He's definitely 6 foot something because I still have to look up to him. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a one-sided beatdown, man. Kim.
I love the fact that our cameramen are purposely putting them in an angle where they look exactly the same height. It is nowhere close.
No, if the cameraman does it at eye level,
yeah,
you can barely see Kim's biceps. It cuts off at the shoulder. That's the max you get.
Oh, it's too good. It's too good. But these are long-time players. You know, they came into the MPL somewhat into varying degrees within the same year, but in different seasons. And things have been very different when it comes down to their career paths. But speaking of career paths, right? I already mentioned it earlier on today. We need to start talking about maybe the weakest links of the team because the transfer window is now officially open. With that being said, teams who are like saying, we're looking for the long term, and then they get newer players to try and get some short-term results and not feel they're long-term players. I don't know. I got some opinions on y'all.
I'm looking at you, AC. You tried it last season. Didn't really work out.
I mean, to be fair, even RRQ did it as well.
That's true. The one blueprint that actually did work out in a positive manner was actually Bigatron.
Yeah.
They did it last season. They brought in Chibi, and now they stuck with him. And they're showing some very positive results.
I mean, so far, I think they're the forerunners other than SRG as per usual that honestly are looking really, really good. I think at this stage of the game, it seems like they have a very clear identity, which gives them that, early momentum early on. But at the same time, we have to talk about today's games. We had a conversation with Coach Sora specifically, and we'd like to quote him, of course, because we need to talk about the connection. And he said, our connection needs work. In the first weeks, it was mainly miscommunication, like what Zayed said. But yesterday, the issue seemed bigger. Our connection between the players was lacking, so our execution wasn't in sync. We'll see how we do today. If we still struggle, then we know the problem goes deeper than that and we'll have to fix it together.
Yeah, one of the most decorated coaches and has produced some of the greatest superstars, right? Monster Vicious being one of the highlights in his career. And he's working with one of the players again like Martizi, where there is him and Izanami trying to fight for their spot. And all of this, of course, helping them to dominate and the match with Cellcom DG. Prepaid 5G. Experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet speed, entertainment, and hotspot with Cellcom DG, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians.
Hey, they missed out communication there because so far, if they haven't subscribed on over to the prepaid 5G plan that Cellcom Digi has set up, I don't know, AC. If it is deeper problems, we might just have the solution for y'all.
And for Team Rey, their opponents today, they're going on sort of like a dungeon rush, right?
A little bit, yeah.
They're taking down the former Team Rey members. They did it against RRQ already. Vamos against Siska. Well, they lost to Siska. But today, they get to fight Zayed and perhaps Martizi.
At this point, they are just hunting down their ex-team members, ex-communicados. You gotta make sure that it's nice and clean. With that being said, let's have a look at the Team Rey lineup. In case you were just tuning in and you don't know anything about them, guess what? It's Clive, Nova X Kobar, Kim, Doylan, and Smooth.
Smooth, again, has been on the roster, kind of the roster jump for the last few seasons, still trying to find his groove, and hopefully this one is gonna be it, because I think Team Rey is the only team that goes through like this full roster overhaul, and they have mixed results.
They do have, I don't know, I think after yesterday's performance, it's really tough to kind of stand behind Smooth at this stage. He has not been playing too great, especially when he gets access to the Barats, and I think, the most comparable player to Smooth is going to be Siska. Even he is having his own struggles in current metagame.
And on the other end of the ring, we have AC Esports. You know who they are. Momo, Zayed, Martizi, Reza, and Nets, which means that Team Rey gets to excommunicado 2 of their previous teammates.
With Nets coming back into the lineup, I would have imagined that, AC was looking better than ever. They got stable side laners, they're adding Reza, they're making sure that Martizi has a place at home, and more importantly, Zayed actually getting some screen time.
Yeah, that was something that was basically missing the entirety of Season 17. The whole world was asking to see Zayed. Now he gets to show off his chops, but has not delivered the result. And like we saw earlier on, right, the communication issues that they have been dealing with, that Zayed did mention in the previous interview, hopefully that gets resolved today, because Prime Zayed was a different beast, and we're still searching for that.
Exactly. Right now, the metagame is really up in the air. There's a lot of different things that you could actually try in the metagame. However, it's about neither denying or playing to your own style. You can't do both anymore. And usually we only expect that in the second half of the draft, but we've seen teams, oh my goodness, they try to deny and they get punished for it. They try to play for themselves, they still get punished for it.
Yeah, the meta shakeup since MSC has been quite the roller coaster. It took us a long time to figure out the sweet spot, but I like where it is right now. You really get to showcase your personality, and it means that teams that usually lean into a one-sided playstyle now need to open up the playbook.
Exactly. The early game is everything to these teams. Some might play into the later games, but we're going to have to find out as we start heading on in and walking in.
One nation, one fight, one ride.
Two tough losses in a row, but Team Rey are far from shaken. They've stayed steady, they've stayed focused, and now ready to bounce back in style. The game plan is clear. Create the space, open the battlefield, and let Doylan and Clive do the damage. The carries are ready. The comeback is ready. One nation, one Rey. This is Team Rey.
Still searching for their first victory, but AC Esports are hungry to turn things around. This is the moment to ignite the run and give side lanes hold the key. Let's then go smooth in EXP. It's time to step up, take over, and give the combo makers the breakthrough they need. No more waiting. It's time to strike. Let's go AC Esports.
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both of the teams, the masterminds behind every game, every draft, every strategy we see here up on stage, joined by League Ops Eric, who will ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For the side of Team Rey, it is Saint Lucas as head coach and Sinhan as assistant. As AC, it is Coach Sora as head and Bao as assistant.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysia sportsmanship. It's my time, my era. This is MPL Malaysia. Let's get it going.
Let's see how this game is actually going to play out, because again, both of our teams have already made a statement for themselves, and unfortunately, it's not the greatest statement in the world. The real question comes down to the adaptations when you start focusing about the in-game executions, because this doesn't feel like a draft problem. This feels more of team. We have the tools in front of us. How do we perfect it?
Yep. And to add on to that, it also came down to some of the key players of the squad, and one of it that is worth highlighting is Kim on the side of Team Rey. Throughout his tenure, he has always been known to be a very aggressive type of mid laner, and that poses some challenges when the teams wants him to play more of a utility type of mage. Aside from Valentina, he has struggled if we consider heroes like Selena, for example. And I think that's something that Team Rey needs to figure out, right? Do you get to put Kim in a spot where he can be multifaceted?
Well, I don't know, because Kim has never really shown that he has been that multifaceted player, right? Every single season, he plays one of 3 different heroes that if he doesn't get those comforts, then you can definitely see the mid lane and the mid trio start to lose its power. So I don't know whether or not they're going to lean into the strategy dependent on that mid trio and their communication, or do they start thinking about the side lanes at this point? Because keep in mind, this is Clive on the opposite side, ex-BTR member, having to, be a substitute for Iman on the opposite end. He's been playing for MDL for an extremely long time, and now that he wants to show his skills, I feel that it's safest to play around him.
And he has the perfect partner, Nova Escobar, great setup player as well. And hopefully that is going to help them pull through this game, I suppose, especially against AC with Nets, where it has quite the tenure, not just in MPL MY, but also in MPL PH. He's currently rated as B plus tier, but his archetype says everything. The hard lane carry, you need a clutch factor, that is the guy.
Yep. Right now, he's only getting a B plus in terms of his tier because he has yet to show that his A or S tier side come out. We haven't seen full form Nets, and he knows it. He knows it for a fact. I mean, in his time in Smart Omega, he was already making plays. He knows how to play from ahead, but yet each one of these games, he's always starting off on a slower foot. If you look at his career stats, I think this is going to be the best way to kind of explain it. He's been maintaining it since season 17, where he was already in the middle of works in MPL PH, still maintaining a good number.
And super impressive overall. And for Nets, not the strongest laner if you want to look at that angle, but definitely reliable when the game goes late. It's a challenge that Clive will need to overcome in this case, but thankfully, again for Team Rey, they have the stable silence to help them out. But you look at AC, they're Momo on the other end, right? And Momo against Smooth is also a tale as old as time.
Yeah, I mean, Smooth has been facing off against Momo for many, many years at this stage, where Momo was ever since he was in Todak, and when he was with SMG. God, I haven't said that name in forever. I had to think about that for a moment. SMG from Smooth. They were the two top tier EXP laners, the premium ones. But it's hard to argue with it now. Smooth's performance has been on the decline. Momo has been getting really, really weird picks.
Yeah, it's Smooth since SMG when he joined Vamos. And then when we saw him, when he joined Vamos, that really felt super weird. And even now, he's still trying to find what fits him the best. As for Momo, he is a pillar. Let's see if that one's going to stand tough today. We're going to head into the drafting phase for game 1, starting off with the casual random map draw.
All right, let's see what random map are we going to get. And it looks like it's going to be Flying Cloud, so it's going to be much harder to punish the enemy jungler or even the laners if they make a mistake early on. In terms of where the drafts have been going for a lot of these teams, most of the time they still get rid of the standards. Now, with the addition of actually getting rid of Uranus, now that people are, well, at least within Malaysia, are looking outside not only their scrims, but what's being played on stage. Uranus gets banned out, the Atlas gets banned out, Freya 100% banned.
100% banned. No one wants to let the Freya through. And another hero that has 100% contention, whether it's picks or bans, is the Marcel, right? It has, I think, appeared 4 times so far in MPL MY, but most of the times, teams just decide to remove him in the first phase.
Yeah, he's really difficult and really, really annoying to deal with. Well, I say sometimes because there are scenarios where he's actually bad in, and a lot of teams fail to forget that, right? Or sorry, fail to remember that. In this case, it's going to be Bellering banned out, so major set tanks kind of out of the picture. Wait, what is that? Hold on. Hirara family not touched. Yep. Marcel is a big question mark here. Valentina just lost its value because 2 of the big ultimates are kind of gone at this stage, so they don't need to get rid of that.
The boys in AC's core, does this force a Marcel ban from their end?
I don't know. Are you willing to play? Because Paquito is still up in the air.
Yep.
Paquito affects Hirara, and then there's still Fanny. So unless they want to play like Hirara into Fanny or... No, I think Paquito... tough call. But it looks like it's going to be Marcel leaving Paquito wide out in the open.
Gives Team Rey quite the opening to snatch it as well. Force that matchup. The Barrage is also left open.
Yep.
On the safe route.
This is particularly safe now that they've already banned the counter pick in Uranus. They could go Esmeralda as a means to deal with it. There's also the Trizla if you're looking for a way to win the lane. But I don't really know what AC wants to play for as of just yet. First, they're going to go with the Paquito. I think there's no questions asked. It's too flexible to give up, but they immediately show Rafaela as a response.
Yep. Quite the pick ever since Aurora Gaming showed it at MSC, and it became a staple after that. I do wonder if this is going to help give AC sort of the intention to play a faster tempo game now that the Rafaela is there.
I think it would be ideal, especially now that you already have the Paquito. The real question is whether TR want to try and punish this. They could go for Eudora on their side to make sure that they win out trades in the early stages of the game, especially in the laning phase. But they also lock in the Hirara on top of the Matilda. No Eudora pickup. AC have an opportunity here.
Yep. I think Eudora now looks like a very juicy pick. The Matilda is quite the option to give mobilities to someone as bulky as the Barrage. Helps them get out of dodge when the Rafaela starts running at you. But if AC locks in that Eudora, it gives them that hard lockdown that is going to keep TR in place.
Yep. Now, the question is, there's still plenty of optional picks that they could go for. They could start setting up different questions in the other lanes, like getting the Brody and then focusing down on getting rid of some of the early game styled marksmen. I think only Clint is, now that they've already gotten Melissa, is the only other contention if they go for that, but they go Esme early on, so it looks like they might want to, you know, fake a double fighter scenario.
Yep. There's a good chance they do that, and they have the tools, right? The Rafaela, again, is a very good hero to juice them up, and it still doesn't take away the options of putting someone with a hard crowd control in that mid lane.
I think the real question right now is whether or not, you know, how many people need to actually take the Purify. Esmeralda definitely taking the Purify. Her entire goal is to make sure she's so close to Baratz's face that he can't Detna's welcome anybody, because if you just block it and then quickly use the Purify, you're not going to get locked down. And that's the biggest tool that Baratz brings to the table in neutral objective takes.
And also the threat to the Matilda too, because you take away that shield value, and they themselves ban out the Eudora. So it does give that Esmeralda slightly more breathing room on top of the Purify that she is forced to take.
This is an indication to say, you know what, Rafa is going to be played mid if Eudora is going to get banned out. We don't want them as a wombo combo together, because no matter what, Matilda should be able to outpoke them despite the heal coming out from Rafa, assuming that she goes into the support position. Now, we see that Harley getting pinched here for the side of Team Rey, making sure that the jungle options, they want Paquito to go into the jungle, ideally, and then you have a weaker side lane.
Yep. And that also gives Hirara the matchup that is needed.
I mean, no matter what, Hirara is going to struggle against this Paquito, especially in these 1v1 scenarios, but it's the later half of the game, and not to mention that you also have access to Matilda to bail you out of hard situations. There we go, the Selena gets banned out here. Really good options for the side of AC. They've gotten rid of those tough mid lane matchups. Only Novaria is left.
Novaria is right up Kim's alley. That is assuming if this Rafa is still going to be playing the roam role, which I don't think will be the case here.
It might be, because they could go like, I don't know, glue, and then really start to get like heavily invade their opponents. They're like, I can take the wisps, it doesn't really matter, I can heal back up from it, and I've got Rafa on my side to minimize the trade. So at this point, we're just going to just start stealing away like green camps as soon as we full clear.
Yeah. I think the only challenge with it would be that this is Flying Cloud, right? So it does give Team Rey quicker access back onto the map.
It does, but at least AC have the insta-revive. So no matter what you do, insta-revive, you're already back to where you need to be, and then we can maybe fight again, possibly.
That
so
is
it works
true.
both ways.
Your team is
They get the strong side lane. No, they actually take the lane into the jungle. So we see that Paquito in the gold lane instead.
What? So they really want to play double fighters in this particular scenario, which is strange for me to see, because I felt like Brody made a lot of sense for a composition that plays in the early stages anyways, and then you have Paquito to kind of like really reinforce the fact that we just need to play for the early.
That means that they have to go extremely fast, because I don't see a way for them to have enough damage to get through that barrage when the game goes late.
Well, I mean, that's why they got Ling at the end of the day, right? They just need a way to kind of like scale up into the latter half, and I think Team Rey was more worried about somebody who's less accessible in Yi Shin and farms almost twice as quick. Now, Team Rey on the opposite side, they're going to be locking in the Valentina of their own, probably to only steal the Holy Baptism at this stage, followed up by a pick of their own in Brody. So again, Team Rey now opting to go for a very traditional front-to-back style, very snowball heavy, very siege heavy.
And the Matilda is going to be the linchpin of the comp that gives that mobility to Brody and Baraz, help them reposition in these team fights against a comp that wants to run straight at you.
Yeah, Team Rey, they've got like... I said siege comp, but the more that I look at it, you can also just dive super hard as well. Circling Guiding Wind, circling Eagle, bring Baratz right to the target's face, knock him up, eat him, and then you've got one guy out of the fight instantly.
Yeah, that's come at the cost of who do you decide, when do you decide to pull off that move, right? Because there's not really anyone to help that Brody if everyone advances forward. So that's gonna be what this God Thought and Link can achieve, right? If they find this Brody isolated without the Matilda as an accessible roamer, then they can threaten Clive.
Yep. Let's see whether Clive can actually deal with Paquito. Nets on Paquito this time around. That laning phase is going to be super important, because we know for a fact it's going to be a no contest in the mid when it comes down to just pure wave clear. So we'll see. But Husky, tell me, which composition are you liking more? Because for me, I think I'm leaning just a little bit into AC's side, but I don't know if you feel the same way.
Same. I do prefer AC side slightly more because the conditions are very clear, right? If they can get off the ground running, then they're going to have a great game. But even if the game goes late, they have very substantial threat against the main carry of Team Rey.
It's highly dependent on the early to mid game here. Let's see how this is going to be played out, as Team Rey will have to figure out a reasonable response. They can't commit everything because their resources are highly limited, and Matilda can only be in so many places as once as we get into our very first game of the series. It's going to be Team Rey on the blue side facing up against all combo AC on the red.
Slightly different approach needed for Nova Escobar as well. The way that he sets this entire game will be different from what we used to see from him. A lot of times the focus will be on whether you extract Clive or you help Smooth get on top of AC.
Yep. Mid, once again, it's going to get early pushed out by Razor and as well as Martizi. No surprises there. Don't forget, there is the double-double happening right now, so go and redeem the code while you still can. In terms of how things are playing out, it's going to be an early Litho Wanderer for Doylan at this stage of the game, and it looks like a lot of their pathing is down towards the bot side of the map.
There's some decent crowd control from both ends as well, but for Team Rey, a lot of it's going to be on Dolan. Whether he can get off the ground going, especially when the game goes late, because there's only so much crowd control that AC Esports can commit onto a single target, right? Holy Baptism, maybe a Gatot Taunt. If those two are expended, then suddenly Team Rey gets this big window to make damage.
And that's when Esmeralda is supposed to be the secondary disengage mechanic, right? It's just a strong way to kind of peel your opponents off. Obviously, they would have preferred Uranus to kind of like double up on the magic damage, but hey, you know, you can only get so much in the draft. In terms of the emblem setup, it's Quantum Charge coming in from Nets. He understands that this matchup is a lot harder than what people would have imagined, right? Especially when it comes down to the double fighter composition. When you're facing up against that Brody, it's not as easy as just punching out a Matilda or a Claude.
In an attempt to take the crab away, Momo is in danger. We'll have to use that Purified very early on. But better than losing a member, as the turtle is going to spawn right now, and Team Rey are going to gatekeep this bottom lane.
They're going to unlock Smooth early on, let him hit level 4 and take first position over our first neutral objective of the game. And AC, they don't mind giving up this objective, right? At the end of it, they still have Ling on the opposite side ready to jump on the enemy's purple buff for the counter jungle. Kim could check it, but Doylan will definitely not make it in time.
He's gonna beeline towards purple buff and actually was able to force Zai to back off as he couldn't steal that buff in time. So actually good news for Team Rey. They didn't lose anything from that exchange, and they actually slowed down Zai's tempo.
Interesting. So this buff take, was it just too slow? No, I think the timing was actually pretty good there. It's just that he didn't have anybody else to, you know, support him to leash or have somebody to actually try and show presence down by Turtle side to make it difficult. For now, AC, this is I wouldn't say it's a substantial lead just yet. It's just very small wins, but it usually adds up, especially for an early game composition. Like, I'm surprised Nets didn't even bother rotating down to be part of the fight.
Yeah, but I was expecting Nets to make a move to at least, you know, pose some threat to Team Rey. Right now, Team Rey, they're not only getting free damage, but they're getting a bit more brazen, right? Nova Escobar starting to check the jungle as well, as Smooth basically sandbagging the entire XP lane.
Yeah, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, I would have expected... Well, then again, Momo did have to use his Purify pretty early on. So I think that was a big problem, that without Momo specifically being able to block the Detona's welcome, everybody else is susceptible, and Martizi, he doesn't have Flicker. He has Purify himself too. Wait, hold on.
Holy Baptism into a full combo. That's Clive.
Yep. That's how it should be done. Intercepting, really good interception here, but on the opposite end, early Purify being used again off of cooldown. Momo just not getting a break.
That could be what Team Rey can focus fire on the pinch, right? On this XP lane. You force that Purify out, there's 1.5 minutes that you could make an impact, and that's exactly what Smooth is trying to convert into. Now starting to cut the waves.
This is good. This is a good plan coming in from Team Rey. They're noticing that AC isn't as responsive as they were before, giving them the tempo to initiate upon their targets. Now that they've got the Purify out, like you mentioned, Momo's not going to have this Purify up for the upcoming Turtle fight. This should be also another no contest, but I want to see how AC kind of delays and buys a bit of time, because Doylan now making sure that he clears his purple buff first before he goes over to the Turtle.
Team Rey making sure that the moves are like clockwork. This time Ness will try to participate, but he's gonna get caught up in the mid lane and does not find a way out. That Sky Piercer stack given over.
This is great. This is great for the side of Team Ray. This is why I was really wondering, why didn't they put Paquito into the jungle position and then pick up Brody for themselves, right? I think it would have made their job so much easier. And then maybe consider getting rid of like Farsa as their final ban.
Yeah, you have a slightly faster combo and you can fight very early on. Right now, a lot of it relies on whether Nets can get the full combo, but the problem is, if that happens, he essentially gets blown up. It's like a full glass cannon approach from AC.
A little bit. But at the same time, Team Ray, at this stage of the game, are just playing much better, right? AC, unfortunately, can't really do too much about the scenario. And worse yet, the Esme, now that the lane has been unlocked for Clive, like, it's just free hits for Clive. There's nothing Momo can really do about this.
Momo is completely locked out from this lane, and if Team Ray wants to sit here for as long as they desire, they sure can do so. And this poses a problem because it also pulls Reza to help out Momo. They're gonna go for the gang, falling Star Moon into a two-man collapse. Clive caught again, so far out!
They did it. Are they not communicating with each other? Like, I'm pretty sure Doylan saw the conceal coming up specifically from Razor. Like, Razor wasn't trying to hide it. He wasn't even, like, hugging the walls to make himself more camouflaged. He was walking out in the open and concealed.
Yeah, a bit more respect needs to be given to this Rafaela as well, that can instantly pull the trigger whenever. They do use the circling ego, but that's purified out for Martizi. He will survive.
And also making sure that they got the ult off as well. No Holy Baptism for the time being, but it's nothing to really like fight over, right? The major buffs are on the top side of the map. The turtle only spawns at 28 seconds, and by then, Martizi, given another 5 more seconds after the turtle spawns, will get his ult back up in time. So at this stage of the game, it really is up to Team Ray, because it feels like AC Esports is kind of letting Team Ray do what they want, and then they look for the counter response.
Team Ray are slightly overestimating the capability of Nova Escobar to bail out Clive, because 2 times in a row, you see this Brody way too far out front. It allowed Momo to slightly recover in the bottom lane, and that's why they will look to punish him again. The newly purchased Malefic Gun, torn apart memory into a Sky Piercer collection. Momo goes down.
Yeah, but this is going to pull Clive back into where he was just now. Now remember, this is Flying Clouds. Instant revive with Martizi's passive, and here comes Esme.
Momo get back into the fight, no Purify for this one. Kim will be forced away. Zai with a solo kill at the river. Nova goes down. That's a double kill for the lane. AC Esports looking for a punchback. They have the Rafaela by their side. This is go time. And AC finds 3.
Silly move coming in from Kim. Fortunately, even with the IMU slow, Zai is still able to basically just gun him and down. That's a big problem when you're dealing with the lane. Even if you're Novaria, you're going to get ran across halfway across the map as soon as he has that pinch point. So let's look at the instant replay to see what exactly happened here, because Kim, early flicker, was trying to make something happen towards Nets' side and unfortunately gets punished.
I am surprised that Team Ray didn't just group up together at the objective take, right? Once more, it's not really understanding the limits of what they could do with their heroes. The mobility that AC has not only just comes from RTZ, but you give Zai a 2-0-3 scoreline. Now he gets to impact the side lane, and this is going to start hurting the Hirara too.
I think that AC, they're just punishing the confidence of Team Ray, right? They understand that it's like, okay, Team Ray, they've got some benefits, but at the same time, as long as we are making sure that we're punishing anybody who makes a mistake, then it kind of they're trying to correct the behavior with capital punishment.
Yeah, they corrected course for Momo too, and Momo will definitely appreciate that. Close to the Oracle now. And in fact, the XP lane pressure that Team Ray put on in the first 5 minutes completely nullified. And worse yet, they don't have side lane control.
Actually, this is such a sad build. This is such a sad build for Smooth. I think he could have gone for War Axe this game, but he opted to go for like just raw base stats just to be relevant in these fights. But then you notice that Martizi and as well as Razor have been so proactive in this map, they don't even have anti-heal yet.
Yeah. With a comp with Matilda, you'd think that they would have side lane control, but they actually don't, right? Both side lane tier 1s on the side of Team Ray have already gone down. Zai in a 1v1, gets the help of Razor, the taunt on time. And an easily ultimate Dolan does get out with invulnerability. Zayed will escape too.
What? Zayed doesn't go for the chase on that one? He had his Finch voice, he could have ran and he saw both combo points just get used by Doylan. That was supposed to be a free kill. But I guess he was just worried that maybe the rest of Team Ray could respond to it, even though that 4 of their members were visible. Doylan zoned out. Good call as Nets intercepts him to deny him the red buff.
A silver lining is that he still survived. In quick fingers there, Zayed continuously just camping on the top side of the map. So that's one part of the entire map locked off from Team Ray.
Gonna dance around. Team Rey putting Smooth in positions where he needs to maintain his get big stacks. As long as he has something that he can quickly throw his abilities at, he stays a big boy. But on the opposite end, they've also got Nova X Gobar ready for the transition. They spot out Clive, and now AC looking as if they are trying to just hold this Lord, maybe even contest to burst it down.
I think they can hold it because Zai has just taken down the top tier 2 and the wave is in AC's favor. So Team Rey will have to make some tough decisions. Again, no side lane control and a War Axe freshly purchased by Nets. And it's not like Team Rey have a quick burst to take the Lord down, and AC can always re-engage.
They need to start poking him out. They've got Martizi, but here it's getting dangerous.
Reza walking up forward, Lord is low, and it's going to be AC that takes it. Reza with the objective secure. Tempest of Blaze already used. Team Rey looking to quickly disengage. Circling Eagle finds a 2-man knockout. Reza still in front as we get a very, very uncanny pause here.
I think this is an understandable pause because that was the earliest retrieve I've ever seen in my life. Like, what the heck? What happened there? Why was the retrieve so early? And even Zayed was just like, okay. I guess I didn't have to do anything. You didn't even need me there.
I have a feeling the Gatos stole it with the taunt.
He did, because the retrieve was so goddamn early. Like, why was it that early? You could have waited for a couple of seconds, or were you worried about actually getting pushed? By the way, Zayed's brother on the opposite side, who would have guessed?
Yeah, wouldn't have guessed at all. I thought it was a doppelganger.
It is a doppelganger because they're almost the same height. That's how crazy it is. They are big men.
And they're not twins.
They are not twins, by the way. But they are very big men. Oh no. Once again, the Feeks. The Feeks memes come out on the MPL MOI stage. People love the Feeks memes.
They do. He is ranked one of the top re-streamers for the longest of times for a reason.
Yep, Izanami is sitting on the side, you know, enjoying the show, analyzing what's going on as the Team Rey members ready to give their support. But with the way that this game is going, I don't know, it's just so weird.
Yeah, the way for Team Rey to potentially come back into the game would have been a Lord secure and to cut their losses. But losing that Lord, it's going to make it a bit more tougher.
Oh!
This is the Venom series, right?
Yeah, this is the Venom series on the shirt. Rate the fit. Not bad, not bad. I mean, I can't necessarily comment too much on the colors because they're sitting in like literally the dark underneath blue lights, so all we see is blue. But hey, maybe after the show, if I get a good look at it and get a picture, I'll give the full rating.
We get the Fa memes here now.
Fa memes as well. Good memes all across the board here. Honestly, we do have some funny fans. Like, I've seen a couple of the BM community memes. They're good. They're good.
And they are, even those online are actually pretty attentive. They are catching some of the, some of the minor things.
Like small moments.
The small moments, like for example, right, the interview with Sora into a Telcom DGM. They caught it instantly.
They caught it so fast, dude. Poor guy. All right, we're back into the game here. Now, with Lord in the hands of AC Esports at this stage of the game, and Razor already giving his life for Smooth, I think that AC Esports, I mean, they would have liked to won the early game just a little bit better, but they've got a 4K lead. This is pretty good still.
Yeah. Not really sure if they needed to just revive Reza like that. He was like 10 seconds out, but yeah, sure. It is valuable time.
I mean, it's tempo, right? They've already passed the 42-second mark, so Lord had already spawned at that stage, so it's like, I don't want to waste. Oh wait, no, they still had flying clouds, right?
Yep. Zai is in, trying to make the play happen. Zai, Tempest of Blaze, the stolen one. Zai doesn't get out. Yep, didn't need to do that.
Too late on that ult. But then again, I feel like stuns in this game have been very, very deceptive.
It has.
You know how some people are like, why am I stunned for so? Wait, hold on, Martizi in a lot of trouble, gets one shot as Toilet takes him out.
Why are we committing bodies to that? We didn't need to do that.
Yep, and keep in mind, Martizi, he's running Purify. He ain't running Flicker. He should never be in those types of positions. Like, ever. Especially against Hiraro, who basically runs you down forever.
I'm just happy that nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
Hey, I came back late, but hey, things are still the same. Still feels like home.
It does feel like home. We're not as clean as some of the other regions, and admittedly, we do rely on a lot of our mechanics. But then, I think we need to grow from this, right? We need to start making better decisions overall, and really start playing into what gives our composition value.
Almost a 4K goal swing just off of that. That 3 punishes.
Oh, good red tree, good red tree. Zayed, no purple buff at the stage of the game as well. Man, he's gonna lose so much influence. He can't like split push across the map and take his time with it. And it seems like Team Rey want to actually match the position as Zayed.
And it's actually pretty good for Dolan too, because he has hit level 15, starting to max out on his items. We check in on the item acquisition here, going for the BOD next.
He's strong, but it also looks like it's gonna be like almost full crit? No, I don't think it's gonna be full crit here. Not sure what, last item, does he need to get it? Yeah, he does need to get a Wind of Nature. So he's probably going Wind of Nature as his final item at this stage. He is pretty strong. Opts to go for the Berserker's Fury Haas cost side of the build rather than traditional high penetration and then play off of the stacks. This way, at least he's got more consistent damage overall.
Yeah. I think even for the side, even for Team Rey's side, as long as the falling Maple can dodge like the taunt or the Holy Baptism, suddenly Dolan gets unlocked in the fight. Let's see his second Lord.
I mean, right now, the only way to punish Doylan is like after he uses both his combo points, you got 3 seconds to kill him. If you don't catch him, then he's going to have it, the iframes back up again.
Comes down to whether Zai can make this steal happen.
That's just so late.
More down to 20%. Gets slightly resetted.
Okay.
Bonus welcome, already denied by the Purify. The taunt connects, they try to control Smooth, and Naz is waiting for the perfect opportunity. Momo goes in, AOG, dodged by everyone else, and Zai hops in, but they lose Momo, and Zai is in no man's land. The instant revive is going to give Momo a second life back. He can take the Flying Cloud to return to the fight, but unfortunately Martizi ends up getting blasted by Clive.
Good push and pull, that's why. Look at the damage, man. Just randomly, per auto, 1.2k, and sometimes you get 2k out of nowhere.
It's not the Brody that we used to know. This one hits even harder with a sprinkle of luck every now and then.
Yep. It's good, it's good. Technically, he's not supposed to have access to crit in the first place, but even so, just the raw numbers that he's getting off of it's too good to give up, especially against a composition that has to play this consistent push and pull style. You gotta give up space, and then after that, you gotta take the space, and then it goes back and forth until somebody eventually dies. And in this case, AC, unfortunately, having to take the brunt of it. Honestly, really good play coming up from Kim specifically, flickering forward to make it, flickering backwards after using the stolen Holy Baptism to fight back.
Lord Crash mid lane should take out this turret. Reza will get gobbled up, spat back into the rest of Team Rey. Zayed in behind trying to look for Kim. Kim repositions, Stolen Temples ablaze to buy some time. Zayed gets terrified, and now we'll have the back off. Dolan looks to chase him down, a 1v1 between the junglers. Dolan looks to escape, Zayed chases him down. Lord taken care of in the back line, Zayed is still alive. And AC Esports saved by the bell. They do lose the bottom tier 3. The rest of Team Rey are still in the base, but AC Esports, they have successfully held the fort.
Yep, they trade 1 for 1 and still punching above their weight at this stage. Let's look at the instant replay one more time to break down this fight, because now that they have Lord on their side, they managed to get the instant punish here, which is great. But Zayed, he immediately understood that he just needed to reverse down cram, force him into a position that is uncouth, and then he starts pulling the attention of the multiple members in that back line. Like, Doylan tried here, and Zayed still played a strong game, getting his Tempest of Blades back just in time.
And that is the Zayed that the crowd has been wanting to see, really putting the team on his back. Just this morning, I saw a post that said that, man, Zayed, he ain't it. But now he is him.
He's playing a strong game right now. He's 4-1-3, and considering that both sides have not been able to maintain their lead longer than 3 minutes, we're expecting another swing. This time for Team Rey, 1.9k in their back pocket. Yes, they have fallen behind, but we're already at the late stage of the game. The extra economy for these cores is going to be for swapping items only.
Maybe the focus from AC will have to shift a little bit in how they take these fights. To work with Zayed to get to that back line.
Oh, 67 stacks already, 7-2 in this game. Full items in the Wind of Nature. He is going to be untouchable if it's just Zayed. They're going to need one more person to go for that backline dive. So it's either Nets +1 or Zayed +1, either Martizi or Momo, because they need that extra little bit of magic damage in case the Winds of Nature gets popped.
With just some extra crowd control that Reza can provide. That's, I mean, that's useful. Clive useful like what, 1,000 per hit?
He get 1,000 per hit. I don't think that his spell vamp is up to 50%. I think it's closer to like maybe 300 or 400 per hit if he manages the crit.
I did see like 1,000 early on, which, if it's true, is going to be quite the problem. Daytona's welcome already used, and Momo back up. Reza comes in, AOG hits on the Clive. That is the target that they need. Clive deleted. We literally said that he is the key target, and AC Esports have found the perfect opening. Now they have priority over Lord.
Oh, that was such a huge mistake, dude. What the heck? Why did he flicker back into the damn... I don't know. He ended up flickering into it, so alright, that's fine. Yes, he did. He could have just flickered towards the mid lane, but he decided to try to be a little cool with it. Got the timing wrong, gets punished, and now at this stage, AC, this is their time to start rushing down the Lord.
Yep, we're just waiting for Zayed to arrive at the scene. And that's a nice Zayed! Why he goes into the Daytona's welcome? What was that? Zayed has to use the ult to disengage, and thankfully he still has that. But time is now bought for Team Rey. Momo will hold them back. If you're AC, just get the dang Lord, man. Dolin back into the fight. And now he's isolated, falling Maple forward. Dolin with the reset. God dang, Smooth.
He's playing good. Smooth is angry. Now Doylan creating opportunities across the different angles in the team fight. I thought Martisi played it so well. He got the Holy Baptism down. He made sure that Team Rey wasn't able to follow up onto Zayed, and even that wasn't enough.
Can't believe that this is the outcome that we get so far. Team Rey with the advantage. The Lord that they can easily deal with. Not going to make it out of AC Esports base. And another Lord flip. Like what, the third Lord of the game?
Yep. Third Lord flip that we've seen so far. This game is going to drag out, dude. It's going to start dragging out because at this stage, Team Rey are probably never going to split push from this point onwards. If they do, they're going to have some supports next to them, whether it's Nova X Kobar, or in this case, Doylan, who basically has no reason to stick around in this jungle anymore, right? He just wants plays to happen. He wants to deny that gold away from AC, but even then, both sides have been flipping back and forth so often that does it really matter?
Oh my goodness. Zayed is really playing with fire there. And he reached a point where Dolan is confident enough to be the one walking forward and just playing around his iframe. And that has pulled AC Esports over the edge, especially in that previous fight. But through their best efforts, we saw the Nova's Matilda also having massive impact in allowing Team Rey to continuously fight on.
Now shoes are being sold here. Clive deciding to finish off the build with a little bit of anti-heal for himself. Able to apply it pretty consistently overall, and I don't think anybody else... Yeah, Matilda is not going for it, so really they needed somebody to use it. Not to mention that even Smooth finally starting to build his way up into a Dom Ice. On the opposite end, full builds. Everybody is pretty happy with the position that they're in right now, except for the supports, but AC, I don't know, it's just not been a very clean game for either side, right? A lot of like weird mistakes being shown. They've got like the right ideas, but the decision making has been so off.
And worst part is that it's your ultra hard carries that are the ones that's getting picked off.
Not great.
I mean, that part of me felt like Smooth wanted to follow someone else, and just so happens Zayed decided to intercept that.
I don't know.
In the earlier Lord fight.
Because that's the thing, right? Smooth like wasn't... The weird thing about it is that Smooth wasn't even sitting there charging it. Like, he was holding it, and then Zyro was like, yes, this guy. What? Huh? What are we doing here? And not, like, I get it if you just jump in and then you want to react to it, but if you're point blank, there's no time for you to actually react to it. Like, you still need a little bit of space.
This is Lord number 4, and it's at its strongest form. And unfortunately, even for AC, no sightings for them. No purple buff for Zayed.
Doesn't denied it again. That's a second time within the 20-minute mark that he's going to get denied off with this purple buff. But he goes to the opposite side, and now they rush it down. They're using this as a potential opportunity to punish.
Yeah, they're going to lose Lord for sure.
Come on, they got to press it down.
Just go for it. There's no jungler there. AOG. Clive gets hit again.
Oh my God.
They need to under him. Clive is going to do a backflip. Extracted by Nova Escobar.
Dude, Clive's flickers have been something, dude. Like, you and me can both see, okay, you flicker down here, but he flickers up because he wants to be close enough to actually take the Matilda Airlines, and he gets hit by the AOG. Like, what are we doing? Like, why isn't he getting punished for that?
Thank God Reza didn't have a taunt there.
Yeah.
And Zayed was late. Like, that would have been another death.
Oh my God.
Switches to Winter Crown now. A pincer from AC Esports, and Zai gets combo up again! The timing was smooth! Zai still heals back up, as Martisi with this, circling Eagle from Nova, only good onto one. AOG from Kim, stolen one to the backline to cut AC Esports off! Tempest of Blaze already used, Zai comes back to life, hops away, but the Lord needs to be dealt with, and Momo will come back with the immortality. Dolan tries to take him out, Winter Crown, buy some time, Reza will now lose his life. There goes Momo, Lord still healthy, Team Rey pulls it off from the abyss in game 1.
Yeah, that was like a nothing burger game for AC. Like, I can only imagine what the VOD review is going to sound like in the back. St. Lucas, he's looking at that and he's just like, hey, what now? We caught him how many times and didn't kill him?
St. Lucas is debating whether Clive was the bigger problem or whether them catching Zayed was the bigger win.
I like, yeah.
The check and balance, like, okay, we caught the Link like 3 times in a row with the barrage, but more importantly, what the hell was that, Brody?
I'm glad that Clive didn't get punished because he's still coming up with like some big numbers, and I gotta give it to him. His build was optimized for these longer style of fights, looking for the big executes as well. But had he lost his Sky Piercer stacks, this game would have been near impossible to win. And we saw how long these fights were going on purpose for the side of Team Rey to get all the resources out from the side of AC.
Yeah, and you were saying that, you know, Smooth should be the one that's eating up the Daytona's World Cup. I'm telling you, Zai caught more than Smooth.
He caught more than Smooth, dude. That's the I understand that he can't necessarily get in front of the Barats, especially when the Brody's behind him. Because once the Brody is in there, like Esme cannot take that many shots, unfortunately. It's not like a Uranus where you walk in, take a little bit of damage, walk back out, heal back up to full, and then come back into the fight. And I think we'll probably see it in the post-game stats, and especially the item build here. I don't think that he had the Guardian helm, so he couldn't walk back in and out all the time. You always got to be like 1 second in, 1 second out.
Yeah, and you have to give credits to Momo too for locking in and finding Zayed every time. But the MVP this game, Dolan on that Hirara, when he started hitting his stride, he was quite the tricky one to take down, only going down once to Zayed.
Yeah, a little tricky to deal with overall. I mean, yes, he did make the mistake, but he managed to make up for it more than enough with a couple of his steals, and more importantly, he's opening up angles, which is making AC uncomfortable. They're losing their positions because they're so worried about Doiling managing to maybe, you know, Infernal Torrents and catch like 3 different people.
Yeah, and they also are... He's also making AC, you know, second guess, right? Do they have enough to burst him down? And if he goes into the falling Maple, suddenly AC will have to recalibrate. And that's the entire story of that late game, where this Hirara was a big problem, and he made himself the catalyst for a lot of these extended fights, where he's just putting himself forward, trusting that Nova is going to bail him out.
I think the worst part about this game is the fact that both sides have very clear opportunities to take full control of the next 8 minutes of the game, and then they were just playing a lotto system. You know, they're like, this time it's me, this time it's me, I got the short stick.
Yeah, it's like, Clive, you roll the dice. Diet, you roll the dice. Did you truth or dare? Dare. All right, jump onto the barrage.
Jump onto the barrage, yeah. That's kind of the only way that they have to do it. All right, now we get the item build real quick here. We look towards Momo's side, and yes, he only has the anti-cuirass as a means to protect himself against Clive at this stage of the game. And then Clive eventually, he was swapping out items, and now finally ending up with a BOD at the very end. He was like, I don't need the extra heal. I just need to take out the low targets. These guys are giving me the free hits.
Yeah, and even for Kim, right? We said he likes to play a more aggressive type of mage. Valentina being the only exception. The last AOG that he stole really sealed the deal for Team Rey.
Yeah. I mean, that's why Valentina's so good into these double fighter style of comps, because it's so hard to walk in, Shadow Strike, get feared, and then you bought the extra like 1.5 seconds for the rest of your team to get their free hits and get their combinations going. I think that was the tough part, fighting into Team Rey. The deeper you go into their territory and the deeper you fight along in their particular composition, the more you feel like you're walking in quicksand. Now here's the goal graph, just in case anybody was wondering why we thought this game was very flip-floppy, because even the goal graph reflects it pretty accurately. Both sides, one hitting a 4.1k lead, the other getting a 3.9k lead. Pretty close in terms of their ceilings.
Yeah, if you put this into Grok AI or ChatGPT, they will tell you that every spike is a troll.
Yes, oh my god. Their neutral objective takes are bad.
Now that I think about it, there was actually no good ult for Kim to steal Until a Gatot last pick came out.
Until there was the Holy Baptism. And then he has more value off the Holy Baptism just because he has Flicker and the opponent has Purify. So I think that was the only thing. But he played it well, at the very least. I can say that for certain. The rest of the team needs a little bit of work. They need a little bit of work, especially in the early to mid game, on exactly what they were supposed to do. I think that Team Rey did a much better job in the early stages of the game, as you see by the gold graph. But once the item power spikes start to roll by, and the mistakes coming out from Clive as well, ooh, that got a little hard, got a little dicey.
Yeah, Team Rey were doing a great job at shutting down the XP lane, getting early objectives. AC responded by punishing them, and I thought that they would get nets ahead. And then they somehow stole the first Lord, but afterwards it was a dice roll.
Okay, so let's talk about this draft, right? Because inevitably what it comes down to is like what your first picks are going to be, right? So we had one on it was Paquito. Wait, hold on. Let me turn this on real quick. That's my bad. All right. So there was Paquito in position 1. And then of course we got Rafa. Hold on. Let me just quickly. So Hirara.
Paquito, yeah.
So it was supposed to be Hirara on 1, and then after that it was
Paquito Rafa.
Paquito Rafa 1-2, and then it came back, and then it became Oh wait, no.
It was Barat's 1.
Yes,
yeah, Barat's
it was
1.
Barat's 1. So this would be Barat's 1. This was picked on pick 3. This was picked on pick 2 on the Matilda.
Yep.
And then after that, this was 4-5. 4-5. And this here, it was Esme 3?
Yep.
Esme 3, and then after that, 4... 5.
Yes.
Okay, so based off of this order, right, we immediately see a couple of intentions when it comes down to the banning phase. Specifically, hey, we don't want to deal with this Melissa. Melissa, particularly good at making life difficult for double fighters, scales very well into the game, but Brody isn't exactly the replacement for it. Yes, his late game only gets good with the Sky Piercer, but I think more resources should have been forced onto the neutral objectives if you are trying to set up with a double fighter composition, right? You already have the Esme alongside with the Paquito. I don't understand why either Nets was super trusting when he said, I'm okay in the lane. He wasn't. He was not finding the advantages he needed to get other than gold crabs to be part of the neutral fights. And I think a lot of it comes down to how they utilize Martese, because he can't be everywhere at once. And the same can be said about Matilda on the opposite side, right? So I think what could have happened here, especially in the first half of the draft, instead of trying to like set up for Ling after, they could have gone Paquito, lock in the Paquito, get the Gatot, save Rafa for the end. Save Rafa for the second half of the draft to make it difficult, and then depending on what the gold lane shows, that's when you look to play maybe even Farsa, arguably. You can start leaning into like other supports that actually disrupt it as well. Because I felt like, unfortunately for the side for Coach Sora, it's not a bad idea. However, in terms of the raw execution of it, I think that the second half of the draft could have been just a little bit better. Only just to read into their opponents. But that's me personally.
Yeah, I on top of that, I think that for AC, they have a very good draft that allows them to play fast, and we saw that already. But the main problem is that they just drove too fast.
Too fast is one thing. Let's actually pull up the clips. It's a good thing that you mentioned this here, because now let's start playing the clip. Immediately what we see here is our little fight by the turtle. Now, this is the third turtle fight, right? So here in our third turtle fight, we've already made a couple of blunders, like in the first 2, so we have to recover from that. Mid is being contested here, but at the same time, Kim makes the mistake of actually trying to go by himself, and Nova X Kobar can't save him from this scenario. Even with the guiding wings and with the help of the Fosca, the Oasis, Zai does too much damage at this stage of the game, so being in a position like here shouldn't be the case ever. You should always be trying to control this side of the bush or the north side of the fight. Positions like this, pixel brush, maybe even mid brush here as well. Those are the optimal areas, especially for Valentina, or if you're looking for an ultimate to steal to try and push Zayed off of the wall, you leave that to Matilda. That circling eagle is more than enough.
Yeah, and even when you look at the map, right? Kim was literally at the purple buff.
Yep, he was trying to like make plays of his own. He stole away Zayed's ult just to try and run, which again, huge problem. You shouldn't be in these types of positions. That's unfortunately on Kim. However, if we jump on over, I would only assume the other clip is already ready to go. Nope, not yet. Okay, never mind. That still works out in our favor. Either way, Nets, I think that like when you are looking to fight for a third turtle, positioning yourself on Turtle, either A, you take the super safe areas, or you start moving back in. And this is when they've already lost the fight. Oh, okay. This is where they've already lost the fight. They're pushing back into their own territory because they're denied the space here and here. This is why the positions I mentioned earlier are actually really important. It's not only to defend opponents from coming in to the pit, it's also giving yourself an option to escape if things are not going your way.
Yeah, and this is also the opening that allow AC Esports to start not only get the objective but start controlling the side lanes, right? They completely freed up Smooth from a horrible start and allow Smooth to start joining these fights, and all the efforts that Team Ray put in that first 3 minutes nullify.
Yep. In our next clip here, similar scenario. Once again, instead of the Turtle, we'll now buy Lord's side, right? Nex is already forced to flicker out very early on into this fight because they can't just run head on into this composition. Unfortunately, they end up losing Martese because of the build that Clive had opted to go, because it also still applies to not only his auto attacks, but for some reason the damage that he's able to apply with his torn apart memories. At this stage of the game, they need to make some calls here. With Martese already dead, they need to start backing away. They need to start making sure that they can start hitting other sides of the map. But even before that, before we got to that moment of even getting into the fight, the one thing that I noticed is, is this even an ideal fight? Personally, for me, I don't think so. Nets should not be the first person to open things up. Razor, why is he up on this top side, right? We should be contesting for Pixel Brush, Mid Brush, and then we start thinking about whether top brush by Beetle is worth stealing or not. Because again, getting real estate comes at a cost.
And I think Martese was trying to get vision as well, right? That's why he ended up getting picked up. That came right after he instant revived Momo. And Momo was halfway there with the flying clouds. They were just half a second off before they could re-aggress for the contest.
That's the thing, right? That's why holding your mid structures is super important, because let's say if they have that mid structure, then they can actually play in this bush while not giving away jungle access to their opponents. That said, that kind of wraps up here for the analyst segment with our teleprompter. Thank you so much for sticking around for the little tech talk here, because now we need to talk about adaptations, right? Because I feel, as much as I was being critical in the draft, it still ended up a little bit of a 50-50. I would say like 49 to 51%. It's a 1% difference, which really doesn't matter. It really boils down to the execution of the game.
Yeah, because I think even in the worst case scenario, the draft was actually not really that problematic, right? They both have clear objectives, clear win conditions,
clear counterplay.
And it's like what was established at the start of the day. It's just the execution needs a lot of work, in fact.
Yeah, it was extremely messy. See, I don't know whether the communication is... The problem with the communication is the fact that they're not communicating what advantages they actually have in the lane that they could maybe convert into something bigger. And I think that is the main issue.
That or maybe individual players are making their own moves, right? For example, if my Brody is walking up forward like that, it's something that they might need to polish on.
I think there's definitely like comm issues for both sides, very different angles, even though it's like, oh, it's a similar issue, but it's completely separate topics, you know? The autopiloting sometimes, and I think it can be better. It can definitely be better, and I know these teams can play better, which is why I'm more excited for game number 2 here. Hopefully both sides have kind of like, okay, we're awake. First game of the day, it's like a little rusty, it's all good. This is where it gets better.
Have you ever wondered any of the players get no say to them? We do have a player swap here, so it's yes for Jaewon. Smooth is going to be sitting this one out. Man, poor dude, man. His game gets sold out, now he gets benched.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is built off the problems from yesterday, if I'm being honest. Because those Barat ults were, oh my god, unbelievable coming in from Smooth. Like, you wouldn't imagine. That's Bullet, Abdul Savage. Yeah, see, we're already...
Oh, Yokchai! Maybe, I don't know why their school is, but I've heard a lot about it. No, I'm not kidding. We hear a lot about some of these SJKCs. Back where I'm from, like let's say you go on curricular trips, competitions, you hear contestants from that school, and you're like, oh god, they are like the creme of the crop.
Yep, creme de la creme. And you only see them like when you're playing ping pong or
Yeah.
badminton.
1590 for one scoop.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. They really push their students arguably really hard. But then that's just SJKC for you. Now, coming back into this game, still have 50 seconds before heading on into the draft. Do you think that AC should still go for this opener?
Oh man!
I personally think that they need to move to blue side.
Yeah, I think blue side. Go blue side. Take something that is just a lot more forgiving.
Yeah.
And have someone say no when anyone wants to make some reckless move. Like,
I mean, if you're Team Rey, like, I think the hard part is like, how do you, like, coach, we won the game. Like, yes, but at the same time, like, no, because of the way that we're playing, it's like, how do I,
No, you think they gaslight the coach by they gaslight saying to Lucas with the whole, but did you die though?
But
you were driving reckless with 160 miles per hour. Yeah, but did you die though? We still arrived, right?
Yeah.
We did, but that's not the point.
How many stacks did Clive have at the end of that game, sir?
He had 80 stacks, but no.
But no, please. All right, so AC have opted to take blue side this time around. Team Rey on the red side. Makito first ban instantly. Hey, Kim fans. I say Kim fans.
Perspectives exposed.
Pretty sure. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that's.
Does he have
mind.
siblings?
He does. He does have siblings. He's got a lot of siblings, to be fair. Or maybe it's just like his Padang boys.
His
and
what?
Gals. His Padang boys and gals.
Like those that come down to watch?
Yeah.
Did they call it Padang boys?
No, that's only because never mind. It's a whole thing to explain. Don't worry about it. But essentially, it's all like his neighborhood friends.
Okay,
so on and so forth. I can't remember the name that will give me just enough context. But and even so, Marcel gets banned out for side of Sora. We also see the Atlas get banned out here. So it looks like the arena is firing up.
Does Uranus get banned out? That's what we need to know here.
I think that should tell us everything, right?
Because the focus of Team Rey in Game 1 was they were banning out basically big sandbags plus AoE crowd, massive AoE crowd control, right? Belleric was also banned out. On blue side, Melissa was banned out. On red side, those two are still left open alongside Baraz and the Uranus.
Yep, now, Coach Sora has this very similar draft pattern. If it's something, whatever he picks on red side, he's most likely going to ban it out on the red side because he thinks it's that good.
Yeah. Well, he banned out I'll say he banned out the Paquito on the blue side. It's like, nasty. No,
we're not doing that. We're not doing that anymore. Even though it's like a pretty good flex pick just in general, especially if you're going to open up the Hirara. But it looks like they actually want to pinch to make sure that Hirara gets through. And the question is, Team Rey? They get rid of Melissa! Hirara! Come on.
It has to be, right?
I mean, it's tough because Belleric is still available. And it's like, okay, it's difficult to like go into neutral objectives, but that's not exactly why you get the Hirara.
It's also solvable with the Valentina, which is still open.
Yeah. Do they want to give up pressure in the mid lane, or do they want to play for one of the side lanes? Rafa gonna get opened up again. Who would have guessed? Wow, super exciting.
No Paquito, Hirara get open for red side.
Come on, it's so free. Hirara +1. Hirara Uranus.
Hirara Uranus is good. And then you still have a Belleric option.
Exactly. You can just hold it on forever. Oh, unless you want to open up with the... Oh, no. Okay. You go... Belleric, No, you can't. Ah, darn.
Gotta take the jungler.
Damn it, you have to take the jungler here, because then you can't flex. The whole point is to flex the Belleric at this point. Just be like, ooh, where's he gonna go?
Hirara Belleric?
I think so.
Is that Barat?
It's Barat's Matilda.
Oh, wait, okay. They leave it wide open.
Okay, so they're gonna go back with a combination this time, which means that they can alleviate a little bit of pressure. They can play more immobile style marksmen in the back line. Brody gets taken away. I think this is a pretty good shout here for the side of AC. Clive was playing okay in the team fights, just got engaged upon one too many times.
Yeah, it's the AOG, man. AOG was the biggest problem in that previous game. They take the Uranus for themselves.
Okay.
Good.
That's the counterplay. That's the counterplay specifically Barats here. I don't see Team Rey flexing the Barats into the jungle, and it's not that great in the jungle anyways.
I think you just pick a Dire off.
I don't know. I think they just go Hirara here, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Just keep it safe. Just go Hirara and then look for the second half of the bans, because they still haven't revealed the jungler for the side of AC, and they are the ones who predominantly got rid of the 2 premium options.
You could iframe the Brody too.
You can iframe the Brody, that is true.
Some good options there, and with the Matilda, makes it twice as good.
Can still get in and out, can actually, you know, kite around that 3-second cooldown that you gotta wait for once you're hitting level 11 with 2 items.
You can completely bypass the Uranus.
Yeah, you can as well.
Let's see.
Looks like we're going Suyo instead. So they want, what do they want here? With the Suyo, it means that their composition becomes a little bit more engage heavy. Like they have ways to kind of just send Suyo in and still pull him back out with a Matilda. So I think it's just kind of a trickle-in effect, right? That's what they want. They want to kind of like isolate the fights as much as possible.
They have that, but they still need access to the Brody. Probably need a second layer to that in the... Ooh, wait, no, the Rome is already the Matilda.
I think this is Belleric and then Hirara gonna get banned after for St. Lucas, but we'll see, as AC still have plenty of options on their side. They need to deny away mid laners and gold laners. So at this stage, Melissa has already been banned out, so you probably also want to get rid of... Do you want to get rid of Clint? Maybe. You can technically play it because Matilda's around. Maybe arguably even Ixia as well.
Yeah, Matilda, Ixia. Ixia has only been picked like, what, 3 times?
Yeah.
With a 100% win rate. If I remember correctly, it's 100% win rate.
I haven't checked the updated stats. Ixia gets banned out, never mind. Don't need to look at it, thank God.
It is 100%.
Okay, it is 100%. All right, understandable. They banned it out still. They could double down on this, or they can look to like kind of spread out the resources, because at the end of the day, Clint is still going to be kind of hard to kind of maneuver around, and Team Rey opting to actually split it up. They want this Hirara matchup.
Wow, okay. Willing to go down that route. That means a lot of it hinges on that mid lane.
Does?
Do you go Novaria?
I think Novaria's okay. Or I think you might even want to go Selena. Is the way the
yeah, actually.
No. Are they calling for a Masha ban?
I didn't. Masha, Valentina, either or.
Okay, Valentina. All right.
Reza was trolling.
Yeah. It's tough to say. We're in MPL MY regular season. Anything can happen here. They did it to Siska at one point, so I'm like,
they did. And I believe they won that game.
They did. They did win that game. Team Rey now, the first pick on Red 4. Let's see what we get here. They need a mid laner, and they also need a gold laner. Gold laner, kind of tough to go Claude right now. It could be the blind pick of the century just to save the options for mid, or they could look to pick up Zushin.
The shadow behind her blind.
Vexana is
blind pick. Vexana,
very
okay.
Safe.
Okay. Yeah.
No, Valentina is banned out, right? So there's also no one to take the Eternal Guard.
So I think the plan here. Wait. But if Vexana actually shows up, now you can pick Novaria for the side of AC. Now Novaria is safe, because the big issue is the fact that Matilda wants to be everywhere at all places all at once. So if your mid lane has nobody to support you to clear that wave fast, like a Gatot or like a Grok or a Cho, then you need somebody who's independent. In this case, it's Vexana, because you're not blocking her shots. If you pick Novaria on the opposite end, you call in the support to block one of the shots, you gain tempo across your the entire map.
Yep. But Nolan has Minotaur, so yeah, Rafa mid, AC do a run it back.
Whoa, Mino.
Arif good here?
Tough to say for certain, because the problem with Harith is that once you drop the Zaman Force, you have to play around the Zaman Force. If Minotaur just rips the ult on top of the Zaman Force, you're almost guaranteed to get hit. And that would also mean that you have to take like Purify into the Brody lane.
That's true.
I think it's safe to say that you could go Clint if you really want to. Like Clint to win the match, the lane matchup. If you want something a little bit more like sustainable, you can also go for Claw, but that's like a lot of healing on their side of AC.
Yeah, and a lot of unaccessible area too with the Minotaur around.
Yeah.
Seems like the only choice available.
I don't know. I think he could have got Moskov at this. Like, but Moskov is an admission of like, I am scared. I will play defensively. Claude is like, I am scared, but at the same time, I still want to do something in the team fight.
Yeah, I'm scared, but just you wait.
Yeah, just you wait. But then again, like he goes in, he's going to get like insta-stun.
Yeah, he's gonna get like Nolan's gonna turn on him.
Nolan's gonna turn on him. He's gonna get hit by the corrosive strike as well, coming in from Brody. There's still like the. Well, we'll see whether it's good enough with the circling eagle and the guiding wind. But let's see the versus screen here. What composition do you like? I think that this is more of an even draft. The only thing that concerns me right now is whether or not AC can play for the early game.
Yeah, I agree. I personally is leaning towards AC's draft a bit more. 51-49. Again, gotta see that execution here because they have the blueprint to make this work. And thankfully, it's slightly more forgiving because it is so much harder to reach the back line.
I agree. I think that is much better. It's a much better idea for the side of AC to simplify the composition if you are trying to practice for the early stages of the game. Here we go. As we jump into game number 2, Momo with the early proxy. J1 having to deal with him. I don't know what the emblems are supposed to be. J1's getting some good damage. I don't think Momo took Master Assassin.
Yeah, don't think so too, but it's enough to basically render the lane state dead until the first objective comes through. I mean, for Dolan, right? The previous game had a fantastic performance on the Hirara. I'm surprised that Team Ray didn't decide to go for that. The camp steal for Zide early on, and J1 will not get the crab.
Nice. This is great for Momo so far. And he did take Master Assassin, which means that Momo just didn't get effective trades at level 1, which is still okay, right? He still out-sustains this lane. It doesn't really matter how big J1 actually is. Like, Momo will just heal back up to full. And that's on the opposite side, though. Again, he's got to win this lane pretty hard. That's his main focus right now. Just sustain through the lane, try to put Claude as low as possible.
You can aim to do that with the help of Martiti and Razor, right? That helps to get this Minotaur across the map slightly faster. Gold Crab does go over the nets. Zai spots out this rotation, so Nets gets easy intel. Only will still try, Nets will flicker away. Zai goes for Nova, but doesn't get the kill.
What? Oh, but Clive! Oh man, Zide already made the decision that he was going for Nova X Kobar or nobody else. I think he could have get like a bit of a chunk onto Clive to make this lane a little bit easier for Nets. But for now, mid lane just getting frozen, and this is the problem that I was talking about, right? Kim should be able to break the freeze by himself, but it's scary to walk up and the EXP laner is missing. And now that they see that Momo is actually by the turtle, Kim, I think he's going to eventually have to walk up here and then get level 4.
Yeah, he let the wave push in, blast it. I'll guess it's out.
Oh my god, please don't.
Yeah, he can't walk through that river at all. And unfortunately, Nova can't check it. Now they see the jungler of AC show up on the map. This should give Team Ray initiated to walk on forward. They will walk on mute into Eternal God. The crowd control is dead. Absolutely perfect there. First blood for Team Ray and Eternal to boot.
Nicely done. The AoE from the stun actually clips Zion as he jumps into the middle of the fight, unable to get his retry down. If he loses his purple buff, the worst possible scenario achieved.
Yeah, it could be worse. Purple just got stolen away.
Oh, he's so mad. He's so mad. Fracture comes up. Doylan realizes, hey, he went down to the bot side. All right, another camp for free.
Another camp for free. We free up the Baraz from a losing lane. And now they get to focus on where Nets is.
Oh, man. That could not have gone worse. That could not have gone worse for AC Esports, especially with the composition that they're running. They were doing all the necessary movements in the early stages of the game. They just end up losing Turtle.
Get hit by 10,000 crowd control. Nova easily disengages there. And this is also pretty rough for a Minotaur game. If you're that far behind, ideally he wants to not only soak up damage but keep the fight going. But if Team Ray gets a bigger lead, it will spell some problems for Razor too.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Kim is able to scale, it's going to be a very difficult time for Razor to survive through that damage until he actually gets an Athena shield. But then again, you are a support. You're running with the lowest economy, and you still have to figure out what your first items need to be. Don't forget that he still wants the first item flask in the Oasis, so he's got to distribute his money appropriately.
Might have to just... If things get dire, he might have to just rip his flicker into an ult.
Baby!
Just pray that it goes well. And even then, you're thinking about crowd controls of Team Ray that are almost guaranteed to hit you if any of them connects.
Doylan is playing a strong Suyo game here right now. He's already got a kill. He's already got an assist on top of it. He's a full level ahead of Zayed. Now, I think they should just continuously like stick around and pressure that purple buff every single time because he's already cleared his entire wave. They know that it's already spawned, and if AC makes the mistake of showing their faces too early, they get punished for it because nobody can really open up the map anymore.
Mid lane is quite no-go there for AC. The bushes are basically out of commission, out of order. Reza is hiding behind that bush there. Does have the ult and the flicker to make a difference. See if Momo can fish something out of Kim, especially the Terrify, and Kim is holding on to it. He's so patient. Here comes Reza to the backline. Kim not able to get the Terrify off, and it allows AC to walk away with a turtle. Now he dropped the Eternal Guard, and the burst again connects from Team Rey. They get the trade 1-for-1.
Momo played that really, really well. He played that so well. He blocked the Detona's welcome. And I mean, unfortunately, his team is just not as tanky as he is, so he gets to live and they don't, but still, couldn't have played it better. Okay. Nets ends up flickering here. Is this a potential dive angle? A bit hard with Razor there. Do they have the Eternal Guard yet? No, they don't. Yeah, they don't have the angle.
And they don't have the wave set up too. I felt like I could have continued to freeze it, but yeah, they decided it takes too much time.
Yes, let's go. Zayed now getting the control back from the early game as it starts to transition into mid, now having a level lead over Doylan. Because unfortunately for Doylan, he didn't maintain his pressure. He gave up the pressure to sit around the turtle pit, one that unfortunately he wasn't able to secure in time.
Yeah, and J1 ends up losing his top tier 1 too. Nothing for Team Rey to reap in the bottom lane as well. They actually spend a lot of time around this area, but with Razor around, no way.
Yeah, it's tough. And Razor understands that they're willing to give up that pressure. That's okay with us, right? We're not losing gold. But now, all 5 members are here ready to dive him.
And here comes Daytona's welcome, perfectly executed from J1. But it's on a Razor though. They burst him down with the Sky Piercer. No one's fury. AC Esports down 1 man. They want to head on forward. Holy Baptism connects, but Ness doesn't have the damage just yet, so Team Rey gets to disengage.
See, this is the big problem right now, is that Martisi, he was trying to get these lane freezes down, but Kim, he can break it if it's in a 1v1 scenario. Without Razor being near enough to actually manipulate these waves, there's nothing much he can do. Martisi wants to actually defend this dive, but his farm is just as important.
It's very hard for Zai to lock onto a target as long as Nova is around with the guiding winds. So Team Rey actually looking at a close to 2,000 goal advantage. Second, third turtle on the map now.
Small leads, incremental leads will make all the difference as we make this transition. Now the mid game is in full-blown effect here. Might be getting into late game just a little bit, but for now, early poke, and they force Momo to ult.
Taewon is holding onto a big chunk of the area as well. Momo still has to purify. So it's very hard for them to do anything to him, but it's good enough. They got a great crowd control there. Razor ends up having to defensively ult and flicker away turtle for Team Rey. They continue to chase. The Blazing Duet out from Clive gets time by the Holy Baptism, but the damage is not enough from AC Esports. Team Rey walks away.
Alright, a moment to breathe here. This Team Rey now winning major objectives and even want to intercept this attempt here onto the mid-tier 1. Momo in trouble. Doesn't use his ult just yet, holds on to his Purify. I think now they need to recognize Kim is he hurts. He really, really hurts. So I think that if they do find another opportunity for Momo to walk up like that, again, they need to punish this. Retri?
Oh, guess it's... I should have gotten it. Dolan wins the fight! That is style points.
Nicely played. Nicely played. Made sure to not always stick around in anticipation of, oh, I'll let him do his damage first, then I'll do my damage. No. Immediately, he's starting to dodge big intersections of those rifts, because every time those rifts connect, that's where the burst damage actually comes from, and that's a majority of Zayed's damage on this Nolan. Well played to Doylan, even though he was a level down, still managed to making it work.
I think he even secured his own orange buff with J1 as the referee. He shows up, doesn't even participate.
Beep, beep. You got it. Walks away. At this stage of the game now, I am a little worried for Team Rey. Like, actually, you know what? Should I be worried? Hopefully we get to pull up the items in just a little bit. I'm curious how far Clive is in his like progress to Trinity.
Bigger concern now for AC is the value of this Minotaur. He's not able to stay in the fight, and it only gets worse the longer the game goes. He's gonna face like this bush. And the whole Team Rey is there. Zayed now looks to escape. unable to catch up to him, but it's good enough to force to identify where Zayed is at. Lord will be spawning on the top part of the map.
Yeah, as long as they can't disrupt Kim's full combination here, I think that AC Esports, like Martese, he might have to like eat it for the team. He might have to flicker forward to be like, I got you, Mr. President.
On the downside, that he cannot revive himself.
I mean, that's the only downside, but really we're getting to a point where, like, even if you get the revive, they can't drag the fight long enough. Like, Team Ray's burst is a little too big. Yep. Like, Momo has to use his ult here, like, super early on as well.
And now Team Ray gets to hold on to this Lord.
Oh, this is not good.
Zayed is not going to show himself. He's going to wait for the minion wave to pass. Dude, now he comes from the back. Momo really playing on the edge there. Nova Escobar actually didn't land it, but the Lord goes over to the side of Team Ray, and now the rest of AC Esports collapse in and realize that this fight was done before it even began. Dolan controlling Momo in the backline. Momo will be the sacrifice.
I don't understand. What was the plan there? What was the plan? I don't get it. They had Zayed sitting on the top side assuming that Team Ray was going to send somebody, but they didn't have enough pressure over the Lord anyways in the first place. Like, they were only showing like 2 to 3 members at a time, and they knew that the mid lane was already pushed out. Like, are we being for real?
And Momo just had to fall back, right? So they lose priority. I'm surprised that that was the pincer angle that they decided to go with. Now it's a 5k gold deficit for AC. It's a full health Lord charging down mid. Well, they still have the holy defense, which is the silver lining that will help them deal with the Lord. But god dang, look at Kim's damage.
Yeah, like he is walking, like Clive is walking up for free. Kim gets a burst down whoever he wants. J1, it doesn't matter who. It literally doesn't matter who. Even if you eat Razor, you can just, as long as you spit him into the wall so he doesn't immediately follow up with the Minoan Fury, he's dead. Like, there are so many targets that they could one-shot at this stage of the game.
Easily set up for Kim too. The top holding defense will also go.
Okay.
Good news for AC is that they're still in it, but man, Kim is untouchable this game.
He is untouchable. And he's not even playing Novaria this time around. He's got a full team just designed around, who's just there ready to protect him. And then there's Clive, who's just like, secondary. My secondary front line is doing so much zoning.
Check out my pet chimpanzee.
Hey, it's a monkey, okay?
Oh, then they dropped the Eternal Guard. That's purified out from Momo already. Holy Baptism drop. Airball. Enough to keep the structure up.
That's fine, that's fine. I think they should also set the precedent that it's just like, you're not allowed to walk up here. You should be scared of walking up to us every single time. Like Kim should be generous with this Eternal Guard.
Yeah. Just drop it anytime he wants.
Exactly.
Well,
Momo, as long as he lands the stun first, then yes. If he's just throwing it for the sake of throwing it, that's when I have a problem.
He does have the tendency. Not this time though.
Not this time.
I mean, if you give him Farsight, it's a different story.
Oh yeah, if he's Farsight, by all means, let it rip whatever you want, sir. You're an artillery gun at that point. You're an anti-aircraft machine.
They could even commit everything onto Momo as long as he doesn't have Purify.
Oh, I don't know if he's got...
Bit of the off angle there. They hit the Eternal Guard onto Momo, but still the damage is quite a lot. Wow! Stolen from the back, finds the assassination. Bottom tier 2 is gonna eventually go down. Team Ray in full control of the game.
Crazy. 2 zoning ults. 2 zoning ults for the side of Team Ray, and AC Esports eat all of it.
Hey, worth it, man.
Fortunately for Martese, for him, he makes a disagree.
You did say he has to eat it.
Yeah, that's true. He did have to eat it there. But they could have just given up the T2 anyways. That would have worked exactly in the exact same manner.
That is true.
This is a very difficult position to play from. And Team Ray, they've got a really good timing to not only line up with the power spikes for their cores, but with that Lord as well. By the time the Lord spawns, it's already going to be 42k as on the clock. 42k there. Unfortunately, didn't hit the minion wave timer.
Get ready for the Kim one-shot. He just got Divine Glaive.
Oh my god, this moment. Okay.
That's just Momo.
Okay.
Boom, that's 50%.
That's 50% of his HP. Let's keep that in mind. 50% of his HP in one full combination from Kim, who's going to get it back up in about like 20 seconds because it's so short at this stage of the game. All right, where's Momo on the MR? Only Oracle. God, he's praying. He's like, please, Lord, let me achieve an Athena's shield before Clive kills me.
Yes, Oracle chastised Pauldron, and he still takes half his health.
I mean, even so, he can't build for everyone. Like, Chastise Pauldron is supposed to be a way to protect himself from Clive, but at this stage of the game, with full stacks of Art of Thievery and a Golden Staff, oh god.
Oh, Someone gets called for a Momo back. He's like, I don't want this. That tastes a bit too gnarly. But still, they are pushing on to hit the Eternal Guard and the pullback there. Dolan gets the unstoppable streak. Team Ray looking to push on forward. Winter Crown there from Clive can disengage. Back with the BMI. Still a wave coming in the middle lane. Team Ray have a 5v5 in front of them. AC Esports did get the full revive. And AC should hold this wave. Dolan makes it a 4v5 again. This Suyo is in peak form right now.
Okay, the rest of the team now still looking to actually optimize just a little bit more. Trying to make their steps forward.
Oh, Dolan, another one!
Oh!
Dolan, above and beyond!
God, what
With his showing today, yep, that's the wipeout there. Team Ray finds a clean 2-0 over AC.
Man. Not much to say here. Not much to say here. Team Ray just played a much better game.
Much better. I mean, Dolan, spectacular showing today in the jungle role.
Yeah, no, really good, great showing. I think again, it comes down to like whether or not he gets his comfort picks alongside with can he make it work with the composition that Team Ray are opting for. This time round on that Suyo, he felt way more comfortable to get around that map.
Truly a playmaker with the backbone of Kim's Vexana. It was impossible for AC to get anything done.
Yeah, just too far behind. Too far behind. Didn't have the right items to actually protect themselves from that level of damage. Sad to see them lose in that manner, but man, they should have played better game one.
Yeah, game one was a great game until they started throwing themselves into a barrage. A lot of mistakes, a lot of like little mistakes here that we can go over for ages. But with that being said, let's throw it over to our host up on stage. We're gonna have a chit chat with the victors of this game, their head coach, Saint DeLucas.
One nation.
Kemenangan untuk Team Ray pada musim ini. Clean sweep atas AC Esports. And of course, kita pun ada debut player pada match ini. Hello boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, first up, just to make it clear kan, nama you sebut macam mana? Juan ke, Jiwan ke, Jaywan ke, macam mana?
For me, Jaywan.
Jaywan. Okay.
Tapi dua-dua pun boleh.
Dua-dua pun boleh. Okay, so Jaywan, first of all, congratulations and welcome to MPL Malaysia. Apa perasaan tadi bila coach tiba-tiba panggil untuk main game kedua?
Aku dah ready lah.
Ready?
Ya, ready.
Okay, so beberapa match ni kita tahu Jaywan kan tak main. Jaywan tengok dekat belakang. Apa yang you observe dekat Team Ray punya matches yang you rasa, oh, I boleh bantu team ni, I boleh masuk and menang confirm? Is there anything at all that when you were watching from the sidelines, you know, as a sub, did you think that you could help in certain aspects?
Yeah, of course I can.
What was it? Apa yang you rasa you boleh bantu?
I help my team to comms, stutter, all those.
So you're quite a shot caller then? Little bit. Okay, so kita nak borak dengan Coach Saint DeLucas. Kita tahu rookie kita agak malu-malu, nonchalant lah kan? So, Coach.
Yes.
First question, I think ramai orang nak tanya ataupun nak tahu pasal soalan ni lah kan. Game pertama, Team Ray berjaya menang. Tapi kenapa ada perubahan dari segi player di game kedua?
Gua nggak puas sama gameplay tim gua yang pas game pertama tadi lah. Jadi ya gua rasa butuh pergantian dan gua rasa di situ bisa masukin Joen di game kedua tuh udah pilihan decision yang paling bagus menurutku dan akhirnya ya game 2 kita bisa lihat game kita lebih yang smooth, lebih yang lancar, lebih yang rapi dan bisa end the game-nya tuh benar-benar rapi lah.
So, Coach Saint DeLucas happy lah dengan prestasi mereka di game kedua?
Happy ya.
So, minggu ni kita pun dah open transfer window kan? Is there any perubahan dari segi player ataupun line up pada musim ini ataupun selepas Jaywan main tadi you rasa memang this is the perfect combo untuk musim ini?
Untuk segi perubahan mungkin belum tahu juga karena ya kita baru beres match ini dan kita masih fokus ke match-match yang ada dan paling habis ini kita masih yang harus review dari gameplay kita dan baru kita bisa fokus buat next week.
Coach, Rose pun ada satu soalan. Di mana you guys hari ni lawan AC, tapi dalam AC ada 2 ex-player yang you train pada musim lepas, iaitu Zaid dan juga Martizi. Adakah you rasa dia membuat game hari ni lagi senang bagi you? Sebab you tahu gerakan dorang macam mana, bad habits dorang macam mana?
Mungkin lebih ke karena udah lama juga bareng, mungkinnya 1 season kemarin, jadi ya lumayan tahu juga tipikal mereka. Dan menurut saya mereka harusnya masih bisa lebih bagus lagi lah. Tapi ya sayangnya mungkin di match kali ini mereka belum bisa ngeluarin potensi terbaiknya.
Okey. Mungkin kita boleh nampaklah potensi yang terbaik daripada side AC dalam perlawanan-perlawanan yang seterusnya. Tapi sekarang kita pun nak tahu MVP perlawanan ini daripada side Team Rey. With that, mari kita tengok MVP dalam 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Dia jatuh kepada Dolin. Okay, tadi Dolin nonchalant. Kita tengok kalau kali ni dia ada translator ke tak atas pentas. Alright. Coach, kenapa rookie-rookie malu nak borak atas pentas bersama dengan Rose?
Potensi di agresif di out game-nya belum keluar.
Oh, belum keluar.
Jadi fokus di in game dulu.
Okay. Kita improve buat step by step lah kan?
Ya.
Step by step. Hai Dolin. Dia nampak malu-malu. Kali ni malu ke?
Enggak malu.
Enggak malu. Now, kita nak tanya daripada game lah kan. Kita tengok beberapa draft yang Team Rey keluarkan, sepatutnya you guys boleh menang early game. Tapi kenapa susah sangat nak menang early to mid game tu? Late game baru you guys macam slowly tangkap balik momentum. Why is it so hard?
Untuk di harinya kita agak kebingungan dan ada sedikit miskom tadi dan kita udah memperbaikinya di game 2.
Okay. So, you cakap tadi ada miskom, tapi minggu depan you akan jumpa BTRM dan juga Vamos. Kedua-dua pasukan yang sangat-sangat bagus di fasa early dan juga mid game. So, macam mana you guys plan untuk perbaiki masalah yang tersebut?
Di setiap scrim pasti kita bakal lebih rapihin lagi di early game-nya. Dan sampai mid dan late game, perlahan dari early.
Okay, ada message ke kepada BTRM dan juga Vamos?
Buat BTR, good luck, have fun aja. Sama juga.
Sama juga dengan Vamos. Dolin, message kepada fans Team Rey yang datang hari ini.
Buat fans Team Rey, makasih yang udah datang hari ini. Jangan lupa dukung kita terus. Kita bakal kasih yang terbaik buat kalian.
Alright, congratulations and terima kasih. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep hari ini menentang dengan AC Esports.
And there you have it, our MVP of this game. Give it up for Doylan, a pretty huge pickup for the side of a Team Rey, and he is paying them in full form.
Yeah,
good.
You get the rewards and you get a bit of interest on top. Let's say jungle gap, man.
Would I say it's a complete jungle gap this time? Game one, there were some bad decisions being made by Zaid, admittedly. Game 2, would I say it's a jungle gap? That's where I'm like, I don't know. I think that Doylan played really well considering the circumstances. There were a lot of moments in that game that if he didn't take the opportunity and he didn't get an early game lead, it would not have been this easy.
Yeah, I think winning the 1v1 is like a statement piece.
I mean, then again, he did have like what, 60 stacks of Sky Piercer on top of the fight. So like, can I blame him? It was an attempt, and unfortunately, the attempt went wrong.
Yeah. And this one is more of a landslide victory for sure for Team. I mean, 13-1. I just realized that the one kill that AC had was on the Minotaur.
Kim was part of 10 of those kills. The big wombo combos at the end of the day was just too much for them to handle. And I think unfortunately for the Rafaela, Martizi, he had the right idea in the early game, right? Freeze the wave, don't let him actually hit level 4 at the correct timing. But then once they started to delay with the help of Jaewon on those turtle fights, and they realized wait a minute, we can't really punish them now after Nova X Kobar gets the Flaska, the Oasis, and has his what do they call it? The heal blessing activated for his support blessing. Then it became oh man.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Vexana on the other end, the harder you freeze the wave, the harder the wave explodes, right? All you need is 1 minute to blow up.
One minion.
One
gone.
minion.
So good.
I feel like at that point, you should just focus on hard shoving the wave and actually moving around the map with the Minotaur rather than focusing on the freeze.
But your Rafa though. That's her biggest issue. It's your Rafa, and then who do you have to like support you in this particular situation? It's like not exactly the greatest wave clearers in the world here.
Not with the Minnow, no.
Not with the Minnow. I mean, he could have gone like Concussive Blast or something like that. That's what I think they should have done. So at least they have the like. Yes, it would be nice to have Brave Smite at all times, but there are moments in that game where it's just like tempo is key. Tempo wins you games. And if they aren't controlling that tempo, then you're going to start losing control of very winnable scenarios.
It's like the tempo only really matters if you sort of stay alive in the fight. And in this case, no. But I feel like one of the biggest blunders that gave that game away was definitely the pincer at the Lord fight, where they come from the top bush. Oh, that was a bit of a iffy one.
That was a little bit of an iffy one, but there were a lot of like iffy moments in this game because they couldn't like come to a decision, right? So it starts from the draft. How do we simplify this even further to make it to do good, right? Because from Coach Sora's POV, we've got winning matchup in Uranus. So Uranus, big tick, big... Oh, I keep forgetting that. I keep turning off the stylus. So big wins here. Bang. Momo, already winning lane matchup. Look at Nets. He's on Brody. All right. Does he get a winning lane matchup into Clive? Yes, he does. So that's two heroes that they don't have to worry about anymore. Mid trio is the only problem here in this particular scenario, right? You have control over the early game, but if you don't get Nolan a lead, what is the point? What is the point? That is my biggest issue with it. Because if we're not playing for a snowball-style centered jungler, then who are you playing for at this stage? They went, instead of going down to the Brody lane and giving him the resources, which they did initially after first turtle because that was uncontestable, then by second and third turtle, you got to start making, hey, it's either we commit to this section or we get unlock Brody from the lane and we start running over while he's there with the fight, because Claude does not provide as much in terms of raw damage output from level 4 all the way to about level 6 to 7 in comparison to a Brody.
Yeah, but instead it was actually AC Esports that was focus firing the gold lane. They were the ones bringing reinforcement to the Brody lane.
Yes, which makes me really upset because there's so... That's why I love... Instead of Nova, they could have gone Novaria for their mid pick here, but instead they decided to go with Vexana, which I think is even smarter. Because at this stage, right, now you have somebody who has the raw burst to take you out for a simple wombo combo. It comes with CC compared to Novaria, who only has DPS. On top of that, you got a Matilda who doesn't really want to stick in the lane. If you are winning the lane, sure, stick around, hurt your opponents, but it's Rafa. Who cares? Move away, force this Minotaur to start walking across the map, and now you've got the perfect scenario. Because they're not playing as a mid-trio anymore. Suddenly it becomes a 2+1.
Yeah, and the setup for the side of Team Rey, so much easier to pull off. All you need is a Vexana to land a crowd control, or for Javen to hit a Daytona's welcome. Whereas for AC, everything hinges on Razor.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like moments like what Momo could be looking to actively do is control that top side of the map, right? But unfortunately, a lot of those resources were actually put on the opposite side. So even he knows, as long as I don't die, I don't give a lead, then we're totally fine. And as long as this Vexana doesn't get too far ahead, I should be okay. Not exactly what happened. And you saw he used 2 consecrations around the Lord Pit just to maintain his presence.
Yeah, 2 consecrations, had to really play with the timing of his Purified. There were a lot of times where he was dancing at 10% HP, not wanting to press the Purify because there was an objective at stake.
Yeah.
Not to mention, every time RTC gets hit by just one skill tool from Kim, he loses half his health.
He gets chunked out so fast. So this is why I think that when you are going for the Nolan pick, you have to play for the early sections of the game, because unfortunately, you're susceptible to quote-unquote targets that are susceptible in this case is 1, Claude, 2, Vexana. Claude, you still have BMI. He is not a perfect target, right? Vexana, you have to wait for the stun. Still not a perfect target. And when those abilities are down on cooldown, guess who saves them? Matilda comes to save the day. It's not like Hayabusa where it's just like RNG, you just start hitting stuff. You must actively use your abilities on one person.
Yeah, and to add on to that, when you want Nolan to pull ahead, you need to have a trio that can help them accelerate the pace.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Vexana stops the Rafaela from doing so, and if your Roma is a Minotaur, that's the complete opposite of tempo. He only works works with tempo if he's ahead, but to get ahead, you need someone else to start that as a catalyst, and the Nolan also needs help. So there's a bit of an anti-synergy there.
That's the thing. What I think should have happened is probably that Nolan as well as Brody need to be working together to set up dives, right? As soon as Nets is like getting a minor lead in lane, like probably at like level 2, level 3 for Nolan, call him in. Call it in. I don't need you to use the fracture. All I need you to do is to punish this Claude after he uses his regenerate. Then you have full control over that lane for the next 2 to 3 minutes. And I think that should have been what they were going for. They couldn't get that setup down, and then they lost control over the mid lane. At that point, then you start having to rethink the draft. Like, was this Rafa and Minotaur a necessity in this game?
I mean, for me, when you have a Brody on your team, the main priority is to take structures, right, as early as possible.
Yes, I'm all for that, and I'm really for that. I think that the metagame right now is putting us in like a really weird position, like as if we haven't played this game for years. There are a lot of picks out there that still work in this particular metagame, but when we start looking at the bans, now we're seeing that teams, they understand that it's a broad hero pool, but they need to boil down what they are good at and what they are bad at, work on the weaknesses outside of the stage games, and on stage games, bring out their best from their scrim results.
One of the tempo mid lane picks that was completely untouched was the Eudora, right? I thought that would have been quite the pick to help you move around the map if you want to put pressure to help Brody get structures in the early game into someone like a Claude. Eudora, you just need to have a flicker.
That's the thing, right? So it begs the question, was the early Rafa necessary?
I personally I was surprised they went for Rafa the second time in a row.
That's the thing.
I thought we were going to get like a Hirara or something, right?
Exactly. Like a Hirara in this particular situation opens up a lot more opportunities for certain plays compared to the Nolan who provides the damage, right? Then it's more of like, oh, I can kick the ball and lay it up. Sorry, I think about kicking the ball. Laying it up so that the Brody can go for the big dunk at the end of the day, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily need to mean that Brody has to make everything move and be the executioner. Nolan can do that the same. Hirara can do the same, except with Hirara, you can now set up for everybody else, right? Then Rafa could have been switched out for something else. I think the Minotaur wasn't a bad idea initially, but it's so highly connected to the Rafa that it's hard to not look at them as individuals but as a pair.
That is true, but I think the Gatot would have done decent as well.
Yes!
Right? It would have been perfect to separate the battle lines.
I think that's my biggest problem with AC. The way that they team fight, right? They don't... I feel like there are moments in this game where they kind of lose the sauce in the middle of the fight. Like they're trying to recalibrate what exactly happened off the screens of the individual players.
I think the worst part is that when you are given heroes that are a lot more one-dimensional, when you're behind, if you're in Reza's mindset, you're like, man, what can I do, right? I just have to full send it.
Yep, again, if we're talking about a full send here, we got a big shout out here because everyone has their own X factor. And with the Cherry Tiggo Cross Hybrid, you can cross... I don't know if that's supposed to be the way, but hey, you can cross in your own style every day with dual power technology. Oh, I didn't know about that. Fuel efficiency as low as 5.4 liters for every 100 km and up to 1,000 km of driving range. When they're talking about hybrid, they're talking about gas and electricity. Just say hello, Sherry, for a smarter journey. While 16 intelligent safety features give you confidence wherever you go. 16 safety features that we don't mention. I wonder what they could be.
Yep, technology, man, it's come a long way.
Hey, as long as they got power steering, I'm pretty happy. I'm not gonna lie.
Power steering and ABS.
And ABS, yes. Yeah, that's great. Are they considered safety features? I'm sure it has power steering. I know for a fact that it has power steering, but I don't think it's categorized under safety.
Yeah, it's more of like a quality of life, right?
Yeah, it's quality of life. That's good, that's good. Thank you so much to Tiggo Cross. Again, I still think it's wasted opportunity to not call it Tiggo Biddies, but hey, that's just me. That's just me. With that being said, though, we are going a little bit over the time here. We got another game. Congratulations to the 2-0, but SRG and Flash coming up next, right after these messages and after the break. We'll see you then.
Jangan bagi
tengok Brody guys.
Aku dah Brody. Boleh lagi.
Lagi.
Brody. Ini jabar.
Okay. Dah makan.
Kaiting guys. Aku langsung bawah ni.
No flicker Brody.
Linknya kemit.
Aku tarik.
Dapat Zaid.
Gatot dulu.
Lock kita kuat guys.
Gatot.
Boleh angkat. Aku tak.
Ya. Link mati depan.
Linknya Imo guys,
Kau dah pores meh.
Depan lagi kan. Kuat kita.
Ya boleh. Hero guys, bagi tu. Tengok bagi tu.
Aku start bagi tu.
Nice.
Aku tak ada mana doh. Aku buang badannya.
Tak apa, kita tinggal penang ni.
Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Defend kalau dia defend.
Tengok minum.
Kau asyik main deh.
Tensi.
Jaga Nolan. Nice. Jaga Nolan.
Aman.
Okay, retake dari mid.
Lihat gua guys, dapat dua nih.
Ranus.
Lihat gua.
Sini dapat tolong.
Gitu doh. Dewa ni bos. Nice.
Alhamdulillah. Menang.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa hadapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Hai guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think this is really a good improvement lah daripada MPL.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang Mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPL MY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPL.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPL MY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Hi guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
legendary. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 boom. Beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hai guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website dorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang Mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Victory!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Yeah! Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power, ons, wangi, tune, tiada lawan, aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up, dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Hai guys, saya Sky. So hari ni saya nak tunjuk benda baru daripada MPL dekat korang.
Which is satu features yang terbaru daripada website diorang. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang korang boleh pilih untuk pembelian tiket.
Tapi yang best sekali dia ada view. Contoh lah kalau korang nak beli tiket kan. Kalau korang scroll ke bawah sikit korang akan nampak tau ada benda ni. Korang akan nampak bahagian 3D. So benda ni apa function dia guys?
Korang boleh tengok POV daripada seat korang yang korang pilih.
So kalau korang duduk belah kiri sangat, korang boleh nampak dekat mana screen tu, dekat mana stage tu, dekat mana players.
Vibe cun tak cun dengan seat yang korang pilih. I think it's really a good improvement lah daripada MPMY.
So that bila korang beli, korang dapat kepuasan and then korang dapat juga keselesaan yang korang nak tu.
So korang boleh pilih lah ikut cita rasa korang mana rabun dekat, rabun jauh ke apa. Senang korang nak pilih. So guys, tunggu apa lagi? Jangan lupa dapatkan tiket di bio MPLMY.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. SRG vibe like power on, wangi tune, tiada lawan aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. SRG vibe like power on, wangi tune, tiada lawan aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Want to get more? Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live feed ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena.
jiwa. Bangkit bersama kita wira arena. Dari bayang ke nyala api, nama kita terpahar di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom DG, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success, powering their future with industry-driven STEM and TVET. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor X. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Oxbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 18. It is currently 4:47 GMT plus 8 for all of those watching from across the world. Thank you for choosing the English broadcast to be your time waster here today. You could be doing many different things, but today you're going to be watching SRG facing up against the one, the only team Flash. We have our trilingual queens and we have our trilingual competition here ready for you. My name is Giving Q. Of course, we've got Husky here at the desk to bring you all the action here today for MPL MY Season 18. And hopefully we're expecting something a little bit better here, right? Because last game, there was a lot of blunders. It was 2-0 in favor of Team Rey. But I don't know, word on the wind is that Team Flash might have what it takes to beat SRG.
And that would be quite the upset, a historical upset in fact. But who's to say that that is not possible? Because right now, it is my time, my era, and we have just redemption code for you. All you have to do is to follow the instructions listed down below, or to make it easier, scan that QR code and you'll get some freebies.
Freebies for everybody. You know what to do. Make sure, simple as going into the in-game profile icon, go to the settings, and then a redemption code. Don't just try and put it anywhere and put it in the main chat to see what happens. It doesn't work that way. I've seen people make some pretty bad mistakes with this, but the one big mistake that you don't want to miss out on is to be able to have that power to dominate every single one of your MLBB matches with the Cellcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Of course, you can experience the unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet speed, unlimited speed, unlimited entertainment, unlimited hotspot with Cellcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians.
And I can vouch for that because I've been a Cellcom DG user for as long as I remember, and they're great. It's awesome. I get 5G connection everywhere I go.
Now, I haven't seen 4G sign on his phone for a very long time, so you can definitely tell that millions of Malaysians are enjoying modern benefits. But talking about modern benefits as of right now, SRG has been a big point of contention for a lot of fans across the world. Are they strong enough? Has Malaysia kind of like left that era? And then we see how they're still technically dominating here in MPL MY. Is it a region thing maybe?
Hopefully, I mean, for now, it feels like that's going to be the case, but we do have some time to go through them. For now, let's take a look at what Team Flash has cooked up for us.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sekarang Rose berada di dalam bilik Team Flash sebelum perlawanan mereka menentang dengan SRG. And first of all, kita actually nak borak sedikit dengan Zorn dan juga Gary pasal pemain-pemain baru Team Flash. So, mungkin Zorn dengan Gary, berdiri dah, nanti kita nampak awkward lah kan. Okay, so mungkin boleh ceritakan dekat audience kita apa personality Trimar dan juga Ukir dekat Malaysia ni?
Okay, Trimar personality dia seorang yang go lucky, dia yang orang yang hype lah. Selalunya yang buatkan kita orang macam tengah sedih, dia akan hype lah.
Oh,
betul lah Mar? Benar kan?
Malu.
Malu-malu
Untuk Ukir pula, Gary?
Ukir ni orangnya orangnya dia macam cool-cool sikit. Dia macam chill-chill, macam tak ada perasaan, tapi dia macam sentiasa happy lah. Dia tak pernah sedih.
Tapi Kogoro cakap semalam, dia cakap dengan Live Eye, Ukir ni dia kelakar bila dia cuba cakap bahasa Melayu, betul?
Ukir, sikit lah. Cakap sikit. Try lah.
Mic ada dekat sana juga, boleh bagi dekat Ukir. We can pass the mic to Ukir. Bahasa Melayu?
Bahasa Melayu, sikit.
Okay, boleh.
Bisa, boleh.
Boleh.
Cakap bahasa Melayu.
Nice. Okay, personality dorang atas pentas masa dalam Land of Dawn dan juga behind the scenes ni beza ke sama je?
Tak jauh beza lah, sama je. Cuma dalam game more kepada kita orang serius So outside lebih kepada personality sendiri lah.
Okay, so you know what? Kita nak tengok personality masing-masing. So kalau kita datang ke sini, kita ada Ukir dan juga... Okay, hi guys. Where's your mic? Okay, Trimar, Ukir. Give me one fun fact about each other. So meaning, you give me a fun fact about him, he gives me a fun fact about you. Go.
Trimar?
Yes, Trimar fun fact.
Fun fact? Wait. Sabar.
Nervous.
I'm thinking.
Okay. Anything that's really funny.
Heavy sleeper.
He likes to sleep. Okay, so when the alarm comes up, he just doesn't wake up. Okay, fun fact about Ukir.
Late sleeper.
Okay, everything is about sleeping di dalam Team Flash. Terima kasih boys. Good luck for the match later. With that, mari, let's go to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. This is getting to know some of the players here from the side of Flash as they have revamped their roster a little bit and made adjustments necessary that they think is good enough to be able to play here in MPL MY. And let me tell you, with the players that they have, I do think they have what it takes. However, they still need to get a series win to really make sure the fans are like, oh, okay, so this is what we're talking about when it comes down to the new improved Flash.
Because everyone can accept the fact that last season Flash's roster was put together very hastily. There wasn't very much expectations. But right now, coming off of 1-2 losses, they just need a bit more to push themselves over the edge.
That's the thing. We need to start talking about the roamers because this is the meta for the roamers. We are looking for the best of the best when it comes down to roam because they impact so much. They have so much value in the game. In Malaysia's finest roamers, we look at two. One, Zorn as our legacy card, and of course, in his prime, Yums.
Yeah, and of course, it looks like you're looking at some of the older guards and the new generation, but they both had their own accolades, especially Yums, who is still the best roamer that the entire Malaysia has ever seen up to this point. No one has been able to eclipse him, and that is something that people sometimes look back at Zorn and wonder if that Zorn is going to come back.
Look, there was a time where Zorn was young. He wasn't a family man. He wasn't married. He didn't have a kid. He didn't have all these extra things to worry about. He used to be the Cho player, the guy when you're talking about how to have impacted a game, whether you're ahead or behind. Zorn was our legacy card for a reason, and why he got the Legenda Award. He propelled a lot of the players. Why we have people like Zekif who follow in his footsteps, because then again, he is an older man now. He may not have the exact same mechanics, but he still inspires greatness.
Yep, and he's also one of the reasons why the biggest sign of respect against him is to play Cho against him. And he'll be joined by Ukir, Gary, Fremar, and Vanix in the roster. Definitely looks a lot stronger. Even someone like Vanix in the goal lane, back when his stint with Team Flash back in Singapore, has brought the name of that region onto the world stage and made a great impact. In fact, they have beaten Zorn before.
Yep, they've done it before, and that's the crazy part. But now on the opposite side, they're going to be facing up against SRG, which is not exactly the easiest matchup here in MPL MY. They're looking for their 5P. You heard it from week number 1 that both Azoroveki and Coach Arcadia are saying one thing. When we come up on that stage, we want to play clean.
Playing clean, get that 5P, and most importantly, answer the question that you posed earlier on, right? Is it a regional thing or is it just a team thing? I think the conversation definitely has shifted. There's no question in mind that SRG is the strongest team that Malaysia has ever seen in its history. But now the question is, how much further can they take? Can they not only evolve as a team, but also help the region grow?
Here's the scary part, because everybody knows Cram Sakai, Stormy's Yums, and as well as Innocent, and because of one singular patch, the question has changed entirely about this roster. And I think even for them, they understand, hey, we may have not given enough respect going over to the international. So now, with MA on the line, they got to make sure that this regular season shows the best of what SRG is capable of.
It has shown the potential of the Malaysian region, but it has also shown some chinks in the armor, particularly a team that is too strong for its own region, but sometimes runs into challenges on the international stage, and that's just the delicate balance that SRG needs to figure out.
Exactly. Not to mention that the meta right now is super demanding, right? One of the biggest weaknesses we saw from SRG is their execution in the early stage game prior to, their wins to MSC, so on and so forth. But now it's accentuated even more now that the patches actually incentivize the early to mid game to be played very heavily and very mechanically.
Yeah, and we need to see those clean executions, and that's something that has been haunting SRG even in their best days.
Yep. With that being said, though, there's only very little time before we can keep talking about this. We have to introduce to all of our new viewers coming into MPL MY our 2 walkouts.
Making gamers heroes! Team Flash! Always try, always win. Lightning strikes, let's begin. Flash, 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 Team Flash!
Always close, but never quite there. Both of Team Flash's losses have gone the full distance, 2-1. But today, they face their biggest test yet. Standing in the way are the Giants. And leading the charge is Zorn, the legend, the shot caller, the icon. Can Flash finally break the 2-1 curse and do the unthinkable? Can they hand SRG their first loss? Let's go, Team Flash!
Team Flash making gamers heroes! Flash, woo! Team Flash making gamers heroes!
Who's stopping the Red Giants? 3-0, undefeated, and still marching forward. Now with Sakai's taking the jungle, SRG have another chance to prove they found their winning formula. They've gone through an entire regular season unbeaten before. Not once, but 3 times in season 13, 15, and 16. Can they make it 4? This is Selangor Red Giants!
Next, of course, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, every draft, and every set play we see on stage. Joined by, of course, our head league ops, Eric, who will ensure that every game runs fairly and smoothly. From Flash, it's Pops as head coach, and SRG, it's Arcadia and Azora Vecchi.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysia's sportsmanship. It's my time, my era. This is MPL MY. Let's get it going.
Good luck to both of our teams as they now load into their battle stations. SRG fans have come out in droves to support every single one of their regular season games, and they will be dominating the arena here today. So Flash not only have to persevere through the roaring crowds, but also take down a 3-peat champion.
A 3-peat champion, a 4-peat champion. More importantly, also overcome the whatever identity that was engraved in the Team Flash from the last season, right? Slowly break free of that and really convince the crowd that this is the Team Flash that was in the making, centered around an icon like Zorn, but also having reinforcement like Vannings and Gary as some of the local talents.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting because their big issue for the past couple of games was the fact that, hey, we have a quote-unquote identity that follows what some of these players are useful. Vannix, based on what I've been hearing from a lot of the SG community and even their talents, they've been letting me know Vannix, he is the guy who you can trust to carry given the resources. But then there's the guys on the opposite side, right? And we need to talk about him because he has been gunning out for that spot for the main jungle, especially when Uni is his competition. And we asked him, who made the shot call that led to your maniac against BTRM, the 1v5 Leomord? He said, Cram wanted to start the fight to get Harith, but I was farming. So by the time I reached the area, our team had already died. Then I thought it was still possible, so I went in.
Which is the crazy part. My whole team died, but I did it anyways.
Again,
it's a fine line between a highlight reel and a report button, but it's Sakai. You know?
It's Sakai. He was rolling the dice there.
He was.
I mean, obviously everybody's looking at that play and it's like, wow, that's crazy. So many things went right for him. The fact that the wave was coming at the same time as hitting all 5 of the heroes. It's like so much spell vab, the triggers. I could talk about it all day, but that was just a different day. Now it's a new day. And Team Flash, I want to see what strategy they want to bring to the table.
I want to see if Team Flash are willing to challenge SRG in an early game, right? You push the envelope and you play a fast game and really get SRG to prove that they can execute these plays, something that has fallen out of their favor, especially during the big games. Team Flash, they have just the right people to kind of make that happen, right? Gary, Zorn, and today is her birthday. Cram and Sakai, God, I gotta say, SRG fans, they're like a boy band. They're like icons now.
Honestly, yeah, they are.
Fans are everywhere, dude.
Their fans are crazy.
They actually are crazy. And I thought BTS fans are scary.
I mean, they are. K-pop fans in general, if I'm talking about it, but at least we know when it comes down to K-pop that Southeast Asia is united with one goal in mind.
Hey, have you seen L and DS?
I might have. I will not say whether I know or not for certain, but we are aware of it. Looks like someone's cracking the black. It's Cram! Big picks as the crowd goes wild.
Now give it to the girl later on. Just now.
Nah, she's gonna get a photo with Cram and as well as the guys. That man only gets a card.
And a signature, something like that.
Probably a signature. If they win this game, for sure the meet and greet.
Yes.
100%. 100%. But with that being said, our games are about to begin here. Very curious to see how Flash is going to take advantage of SRG, because it feels like SRG, we've been seeing set drafts every single time. Like it felt like from beginning to end, they always had the idea of, we want these 3 heroes, the other 2, mix and match.
Yeah, and this is also a team that, especially from the coaching staff, you see a very clear approach to a meta once they get the hang of it, which they're one of the only teams that is willing to let power picks through because they feel like they have found the answer. And sometimes it feels like the dice roll on the international stage. It's been a heated debate every now and then, especially during their losses. But let's see if those set plays are enough to give Team Flash a challenge.
All right, to kick things off, it's going to be Flash on the blue side facing off against SRG on the red. First pick priority goes over to Flash as they get rid of the Rafa alongside with the Atlas. So with Rafa not available, this opens up a lot of other options. Selena's, the Novarias, arguably even the Farsas as well.
Bringing the Selena back, one of Stormy's the pocket picks as well whenever needed. Freya's 200% banned out. Do you see the Baraz, Uranus, Bellaric being prioritized in the previous series? See if SRG is going to let any of them through. I mean, we also have the Brody as quite the priority too. The Paquito is going to get removed, so showing a lot of respect to Gary.
Perfect, because they realize, hey, wait a minute, Gary was playing Paquito a large chunk of those games. He didn't get as much access to some of the highly mechanical ones like the Fannies, like the Hiraras, even when it was open in the first phase of picks. So I think that Coach Arcadia wants to just double check, hey Gary, you able to play any of these assassins? Well, we might be able to give you one of them, but it's whether you want it or not.
Team Flash getting the support of the entire Puchong Perdana.
Let's go. Yeah. I didn't realize how big that community was. Oddly enough, because I live in Puchong, so I'm like, I have never heard of this.
Like Puchong Perdana or?
No. As in like a huge community from Puchong Perdana who's like, I love MLBB, we're MPL fans.
So during weekdays when I get to work, I always pass by this cafe that serves breakfast, and there's always this lady sitting at the same spot every single day playing MLBB every morning, 8 a.m. without fail.
Without fail?
Yeah. She's always there in the same spot playing ML.
Has she ever considered like other professions that will allow her to play MLBB in her spare time? Like, I don't know, working for Grab or Infinix or Sherry or, you know, those would be ideal.
Doesn't dress the part, no? Looks like a casual player.
Fair enough. But now we look at the latter half of the draft. It seems like it's going to be the Moskov alongside with the Marcel. Now that's very interesting. Once again, Fanny alongside with the Hirara, wide out in the open, Bellaric, Barats, Uranus, still available. They go for the Barats.
Yeah, direct Uranus answer from SRG.
Well, not necessarily, because Cram has shown that he's played multiple things there, right? He's willing to go to Rizla into this matchup. He's willing to go Uranus, which is not ideal for him, but it's something that he has to do. And there's, of course, Ruby as well, which I don't think we'll see, but who knows?
Yeah. I think we just give Sakai his hero here, right? Again, the Fanny is open.
I think he's gonna get Hirara.
Then the Hirara, yeah. Either or. Not really a bad choice there.
I think they can leave the decision to jungle to Flash. They'll take whatever is left. I think they go Uranus, Bellaric at this stage of the game and see whether Flash falls in for the bait. Because that means if they show Valentina, then you can either overload them with ults or go one step further. And it looks like SRG opting not to go the traditional way, decides to go for the Melissa alongside with the Hirara for the guarantee.
Yeah, instantly shows both of their cores. Good late game insurance.
Interesting. What does that leave us with? Okay, so that means Flash, they should be expecting either Uranus, Esmeralda on the opposite end. They could go for Matilda if they really want to start messing with this Matilda, if they want to mess with the Melissa, or even the Hirara to force one of her combo points out. With no Rafa, it is more incentivized for Flash to actually lean into the Farsa because Barats fulfills that spot that Lapu was supposed to if you want the counter to Melissa.
I was thinking that too, someone that could threaten the Melissa from long range. As long as you are not affected by her bubble, you can reach her without getting close to a bubble, that would be good enough. The Novaria is also pretty good choice alongside the Harley, right? So nice. The hitbox and just the absurd amount of magic damage is quite the headache.
This is really good. Because now you have two ways to actually try and punish the Melissa with or without her ultimate. Doesn't really matter to Harley and Novaria. We've seen even in MPL ID that Sans was having a crazy Novaria game against RRQ. We're expecting to see something similar here against SRG.
Yeah, and the best part is that for Hirara and Melissa, they just cannot physically reach these two heroes.
Zone control is going to be an interesting conversation, right? Because Novaria, what most people tend to forget is that it's 6 seconds between each of those shots. Like 6 to 7 seconds. It's a give or take depending on CDR and also the direction of where you throw the initial sphere, just to make sure that if you throw it behind yourself and you walk into it, you quickly get the shot up ready to go. Throw it in front of yourself, you walk into it, same deal.
Yeah, and you can do it multiple ways, right? Every single one of her abilities has great reach and allows her to check check bushes without any worries. The fact that it's flying cloud means that vision gain is a lot more important for them to secure key areas on the map.
Extremely. But it's again heavy on the communication because you can't expect your Novaria to just blind shoot or Star Shatter into the areas, certain areas of the map. So at least at this stage of the game, right, we need to start thinking about supports. I think Zorn has enough of a pool to get away with basically anything at this stage. I think that, you know, if he ends up getting Belleric, that'll be nice. I don't think it's going to go through. Matilda, also a pretty good shout here from Coach Arcadia.
Yep. Well, now they have Barrage to open up the bushes in case Novaria isn't able to be there. But they need a secondary person to do so. So no Matilda. Belleric, say, still up. Can also think of whether they want Alice banned out. The show? Not the most ideal one here.
Wait, what? Alice? What? Oh, you mean Zushin?
Oh, Zushin, man.
Yeah, Zushin. Don't worry, I get confused with it at the same time sometimes. But yeah, no, Zushin gets banned out here. I think that the Alice is a pretty good shout, but both EXP laners have already been locked in at this stage. So unless they have like an idea of like throwing it into the jungle and then moving their jungler to somewhere else, which I don't think is the case, engagement, I don't think is going to be the issue here, right? I think right now, it feels pretty certain that Flash have enough ways to deal with the Melissa. I think Claude is probably the only question mark at the end of the day. Brody gets banned out for the side of Coach Arcadia, as expected.
Yeah, so we Brody out. The Claude now looks a lot more tantalizing for Flash. There's that, and there's probably only that. I don't think you want to Clint here.
You could Clint if you wanted to, but again, it's those last two picks from the side of SRG that we're not 100% sure about. And because Novaria is already picked, it's kind of on SRG. So Flash, I think, what can they go for here? Getting rid of, it's either Selena or Farsa at this stage of the game to try and punish.
I think you ban Selena, right? Because if it's Farsa, you have the Harley that can reach. You can, the Novaria can actually find where the Farsa is at. But the Selena is more of a headache to deal with.
Totally right. You're totally right. Selena gets axed. And now SRG, first pick on the second half of the drafting phase. Red 4, the power pick. What is it going to be? I feel like it's supposed to be support option here to deny it off of Zorn, or they're doubling down on their composition. But I think it's going to be a denial pick.
I think they need to give Yum a hero that can really walk up and eat the shots with Cram too.
I think it's Belleric.
I think it has to be, right?
It doesn't have to be necessarily. It could still be like Cho, for an example. Can manipulate the waves, can actually force people to actually go for the kick. No, they hold it. They'll leave it to the very end. They actually want the Novaria instead for Detna's Welcome, maybe? For maybe an Astral Echo, but you'll never be able to like get that close to Novaria, right?
Yeah, you'll probably never see her on the map. I suppose if the Cho goes over to Flash, you have Belleric as sort of like the soft answer. But what's stopping Flash from taking Belleric? Okay, wait, there's a Valentina, so maybe Cho is the way to go.
This one's really, really tough because I think that Coach Arcadia has put Flash in a pretty uncomfortable spot. They have to reveal their entire composition, and no matter what, it's either it has a good ultimate to fall into Valentina's hands, or you're going to get this Cho unpunished in this game. It looks like it's Kufra as a solid read.
Wow. Great way to get on top of both Melissa and the Hirara too. Assuming that the bubble isn't already there, you could prevent Melissa from running away, but not only that, you have two ways of locking down targets with dashes, right? The Hunt of Bone, and also a natural Sky Piercer carrier.
Yep, one of the few marksmen that can actually outscale the Melissa in the latter half of the game. One of the best scalers that we have in the gold lane. This should be Belleric unless they want to get really, really confident and play the Cho. I don't see any other options left here at this point.
I think Belleric makes more sense because at least Obsidian doesn't want to trade with you around, right? Like,
especially in the early game.
Yeah, no way. Your passive just completely kills her off.
Okay, there we go. Belleric with a 96.9% ban pick rate. Everybody loves the tree. What do you think about these final compositions? Because I think Flash definitely playing to their identity. They're just going to hand resources over to Vanix, but this time Ukir playing a much more of a utility role on rather than just purely for scaling on the Novaria.
Yeah, I think they have secured basically the mid to late game, but better yet, Team Flash just has slightly longer reach compared to SRG, right? So in terms of executing these fights, I definitely would put my money on Team Flash to get SRG in an uncomfortable spot before they even have to commit.
Well, let's find out as we start heading on into the land of Dawn. Our second series of the day about to commence as our players load into the game. Badang is going to show you what's up as we head on into the land of Dawn.
Game 1 between Team Flash and Salang or Red Giants. Team Flash being on that blue side, SRG on red side. It is going to be flying clouds, so expect faster rotations around the map. Especially these objective take. But business as usual, when you have a barrage against Uranus, this is how it's like.
Yep, doesn't really change, honestly, and they got to make sure that they don't take like the early trades as well. Not sure about the emblem setup that's going on for the time being, but for now, Stormy, alongside with Yums, immediately take control over the mid lane. Why did it take Star Shatter level 1?
Why? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well. You could clear the wave technically slightly better with the Astral Orb. The slow actually helps out as well, but Star Shatter, and once it hits level 2, it doesn't really matter as much. The Master Assassin for Cram. Sakai doesn't really get the camp, sadly.
Unfortunate, but still, it's going to be EXP Crab going to get given over to him. Cram, unfortunately, it's like, okay, slight EXP lead, I don't get the Crab, but at the end of the day, I'm unkillable. What are you going to do about this, 3mar? What are you going to do about this? You having fun? Is this fun for you?
Let me use your tower as a back scratcher.
Yeah, maintain my stacks. it's such an obnoxious hero to deal with.
No, and that's might be a first blood angle there on a Yum to regenerate, keeps him alive, and Stormy to the rescue. First blood for SRG.
Silly. Very close. Good attempt. Unfortunately, Gary unable to close the distance as now he might be giving his life away. Sakai's thinking about it. Stormy flickering forward to make it happen.
He's gonna go down as well as Ukyo gets the orb back on time. Not really worth it for Team Flash.
Honestly, pretty good for Slangler Red Giants, right? It does stop the potential for Stormy to actually build up into a what do they call it? A bounty. So they want to make sure that they do this early. Innocent having the time of his life. He is just chilling here the entire time. Cram ends up giving his life on over for kind of no reason. Didn't even get the ult off in time.
Yeah, Zorn revisiting the bot lane as soon as he comes back to life. Again, Flying Clouds is the name of the game. This should be Turtle for Team Flash. Stormy to steal the Daytona's welcome. But that's exactly what Team Flash needs. A bit of shifted tempo as the guys will start a bit of an in-fade.
Where are they going?
Vanish should see this, right?
Yeah. Also, like, in the mid lane, we see the Cram. Wait, okay.
Oh, they don't work on misses. Hunter phone connects. Stormy, can he get out of this? Thorn is arriving. Vanish repositions. Thorn takes the kill. Sakai's in underneath the turret. Overextended, has nothing in the tank.
Bad play here. They even called Cram over, and now he is in a tough position because of everything that has happened. Purify is out of there just to get hit by the deadly magic. This was a foretellable series of events.
Absolute disaster. Even a Tyrant's Revenge used by Zorn, and he's gonna put the pressure on the Innocent.
Wow!
Able to dodge the meteor there. Innocent barely escaping.
Ooh, scary stuff. Very scary stuff. And right now, the fattest lead we've seen from Team Flash in a hot second right now. As Slangler Red Giants have the tendency of making mistakes in the early stages of the game. Their weaknesses still out in the open laid bare.
That is good tempo recovery for Gary too. 3 assists. Yeah, he did go down early on, but not entirely his fault as well, right? Landing every shot that whatever Stormy got, that one has been completely flipped over, and now 3mar gets control of his lane and is a full level ahead, which means that even for Cram, who is a natural counter, now can't really just walk up.
He lost his tempo, unfortunately, right? That rotation over to the top side of the map and him even catching the mid wave, just not good enough. He ended up with a bit of a negative, loses out on the EXP Crab and at least one of the minions on his way back down. But for now, SRG looking for the recovery here. It's a 1.3k lead for the side of Team Flash, and I think right now it's as long as Ukir is still able to get these shots down, they have full control over the mid lane.
The early glowing one for Ukir too, so even for Yums, not easy to stay in and tank those shots without much items yet. This allows Team Flash to sit on the second turtle, but SRG will bring the full team here.
Okay, on to cancel out the initial jump. Now they're going to contest for the space at this stage of the game.
5-man ping there, so they know where everyone from SRG is at. And that's crucial info for Zorn. Cram should survive with the consecration. Zorn jumps in, finds Stormy, doesn't land his ult as SRG immediately jumps back on him, and they even gobble Zorn up. Vanish with the help of Ukir takes out 1, and Yus re-engages with the flicker ult. They get a double kill on the Innocent, but Turtle for Flash.
We're going to need to see an instant replay of that. I'm not 100% sure why 3mar was trying to make an attempt of that level there, especially considering everything that happened in this game already. They could have held it, but they still get the turtle at the end of the day, and that's what matters the most. The gold lead, however, now starting to even back up.
And Innocent is going to be caught in a 2v1. Tries to at least take Vanish with them, but doesn't have enough output.
Oh, that was close, that was close. Nicely played by Vanix. Obviously, putting him in a position to force the trade onto him before dashing out of Muddles and then setting up with a hunt of Bone.
Vanix going to see a wow Yums Zorn with an attempt, but yeah, not the target you want to go for, but enough to force him out. And well, SRG, they are making moves on the bottom side of the map, which 3mar is trying to at least prevent, and he stops the invade.
It looks like the EXP is actually evened out between the two. 3mar should technically only be head by gold at this stage. He's 2-1 compared to 0-2 and 2. And at this stage as well, also the wave manipulation, very nice from 3mar. Good use of the jets.
He's keeping Stormy occupied too. But Stormy does open the window for Cram to proxy the wave, but Team Flash have already made it back to the middle lane, so really wasn't much that SRG could get out of that. In fact, it was Gary that got a small win from the Beetle steal.
With that being said, though, that is going to be a Sky Piercer getting picked up by Vanix's side as Cram heads on over to mid to check out the situation. I'm pretty sure he just spotted out the Harley heading on over to his orange buff. Going to use the tower shots just to maintain his 20 stacks, to maintain high regeneration as he moves across.
The last turtle of the game, spawning in under 20 seconds. SRG going to focus their attention in the bottom lane, and even for Cram, probably will look to hard shot this wave as the rest of Team Flash will rotate down to the objective. See if they can make an attempt onto Cram, or at least force out the Purify or Consecration.
I don't know, I think there's kind of no stopping Cram at this stage of the game, right? They're going to try their best here as they lose their T1 down bot side because 3mar is forced to hold the position here by the turtle. And now they've lost first position, but they need Vanix to get here sooner rather than later.
Stormy does have the Stolen Daytona's welcome. Both Team Flash and SRG clear out that mid wave and look for this tug of war around the turtle pit. 3mar has no idea Stormy is there. And that is bad news. Stormy goes in. 3mar strikes first, flickers, spits Stormy into the wall. They need the damage to follow up. Yums holds the rest of Team Flash back, and Gary caught by the taunt. 3mar hanging on for so long. There should be enough time for Team Flash, but they just do not have the damage. Vanix out of position, latches on the Stormy, ends up giving him the double kill.
Catch him out of position. Really unfortunate for Zorn because, again, it was pretty much up to him to stop Hirara or arguably even Cram and Innocent from actually taking that much space. And because Stormy was able to make a good decision of eating him with the Detona's welcome, turning it into a 4v5 and a 3mar already out of position, really well played.
That Tyrant's Revenge could have made all the difference there. But credits to 3mar, he survived way longer than he should have. It's just unfortunate that Team Flash didn't have the damage there. And that allows the guys to take their orange buff away. Keep up in terms of experience with Gary.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want to do. Now Zorn realizing that he can't necessarily affect all the lanes like he wants to, has to start playing around and making sure that Vanix is going to be kept safe throughout this game. Detona's welcome stolen away. Detona's welcome used to get back out of the fight.
Big space given over to SRG. Oh, silver lining is that Vanix gets the free access to the bottom tier 1. At least equalize the stakes of this game. And both teams, no goalie for either of them, but 3mar most likely will go down. They commit 2 ultimates on top of him and bring in the whole squad for the kill.
Yep, there should be a trade onto the top side, but SRG is quickly trying to respond to that, and Gary is going to give this up straight away, not going to commit any further. So guys, close, sees him. Oh, he's out. Wait.
Oh, Stormy's going to try and go for him. Yeah, uses the flicker. Good stuff from SRG.
He freaked out. Gary freaked out at the worst possible time. He might have been caught there, he might have not. There was no way to know for certain.
Felt like he could have made it back if he just...
I thought so too.
It looks pretty close.
Honestly, I thought so too. I should probably start the countdown as soon as I see him recall, just so we had a better idea of how much time he actually has left. But because of that, now SRG take a free top tower, and right now, Flash, the resources that they've been diverting over to Vanix is costing them map presence.
And even Innocent is just walking into the jungle alone, knowing that Team Flash can't really threaten him right now. Cram as well in a state where he is virtually unkillable.
Can't really stop it right now. Cram just eating the meteors like it's absolutely nothing. Sees that the purple buff just got taken. They know they're going to be on this bottom side, so they have first position over this upcoming Lord, and they're more than happy with it, right? Just let Innocent do the work, start chipping down in it, and heal back up. If they can also control the mid, that'd be great. But Cram, he's already there. He's blocking that access point.
Yeah, Innocent gets hit, but again, Team Flash are late to the party, so Lord for SRG. They will try to look for Cram, force out his Purify, as SRG looks for a potential counter engage. Tremar decides to pull the trigger, but he's all alone. The team isn't there. Tremar flickers away. SRG gets the objective for free.
They need to make a call there. SRG, they like to do this. They like to kind of coin flip maybe a fight. And if Flash hesitate on the decision of whether to completely back out or to start playing for Peel, as soon as they make the Peel call, it's over for one of them.
Hey, listen, actually, check Gary, and he's gonna win the fight too.
Great position. Great position. More so, great position, not of Melissa, but the placement of Muddles. Just to make sure that it covers the entire sector, right? Won't be able to spatial migrate anywhere.
Yeah, by the time Gary realizes that he doesn't have enough damage, it's a bit too late.
This stage of the game, it's looking pretty grim, not gonna lie. It's a 4.1k, but at the same time, like we haven't seen Zorn go for the big engagement. And I think that unfortunately he just can't. They're going to have to rely purely on Ukir to get the pokes down. And Vanix doesn't get free space unless Cram or Yums walks up, and that's when he can start building up on those bones.
The Butters is also zoning Vanix away. A lot of players need to be watch out for. Innocent actually gets pulled back by the Rockets, and they find the Hirara. Sukai is caught out in the open. This could be the window for Team Flash to go for more. Yums gets slashed onto, gets the media in the back, swallowed up. Tremar with the spit out, and that should be another kill. Team Flash with the punish.
Nicely played, but if each one of those fights requires that amount of dedication, then I think it's only going to get harder from here. Slanger Red Giants, no big shutdowns given over to the side of Flash. His Detona's welcome being used here. Solo kill maybe? Oh! Stormy gets traded in advance, but dang, that was cool.
What a mechanical display there from Stormy. Good news is Team Flash now regain control. Take mid tier 1, Golden Stab taken. Cram to get knocked up into Astro Echoes. The guy is already back with the help of the Flying Clouds. Does SRG want to go for more? The dodge on the Daytona's welcome. Great falling Maypole there from Sakai's. Innocent stays go for more. Sakai's again goes invulnerable. Is Zorn to try and get away. But is he enough of a buffer? It seems to be the case. SRG regains control.
Okay, so they managed to get a pick back. They managed to get a pick back. Well, great initiation coming in from Sakai's. Waiting patiently for the abilities to come back down to close the distance. But now Innocent getting attacked.
Once more survive the onslaught of Gary, but maybe Yums is not so lucky. Bat back under the wall. Gonna end up going down. Quite the trade between these two teams. And Team Flash holds on again.
Pretty imminent. This game is going to come down to one big team fight. Slanger Red Giants will get their course of their full build first. As we look at the items here, Innocent doing particularly well. Already having the rose gold purchase, wants to get the Malefic gun, just doesn't have enough money. Everybody else, oh, Wishing Lantern coming in from Stormy, that's fun.
Raw damage. Tri-Bush checked out, no one there. Last Ukil charged out of that. But he needed to do it one more time. The Echo pings out everyone, but it's Hirara. Sakai is good on the retribution. The Team Flash has to call it off.
Good punish. Good punish. Nothing they can really do about there. Iframes into the go away from me from Innocent. I think that Tremar had an idea of maybe that if he could line it up, if Sakai's dodges it, he might hit the guy behind him, but they were both too in sync for the side of SRG. 4.1k lead now. If they can just defend this upcoming Lord, ideally they might have to sacrifice one of their inhibitors. Ideally, they want to protect the long lane, and that's why Gary, he's out deep in enemy territory at this stage with no structures to back up or follow up upon. He's here just to clear the wave.
They actually have decent defense with Ukir and Vanix, but primarily Ukir, who can slowly shape away the wave. It's going to take a while. Gary coming in from behind. Could be a potential flank angle. Tremar needs to get his health back first, and Gary, he's taking the long way. It will come at the cost of 2 inhibitors for Team Flash.
Dancing. They've gotten everything that they need. A long lane side. Oh, whoa.
Wait, they saw Gary already. Zorn's gonna get control. They also caught Tremar. That's both the front lines. Tremar has to defensively out away, and Gary gets solo killed again. That should be SRG taking this game. Team Flash, they get a new wave. Vanix needs to go big here. Tremar in the front. Ukir still alive, but Zorn not that lucky. Another 5-man ping. So guys, with the falling Maple, absolutely outplays Team Flash. SRG, they still have a catapult to work with, and that's it, game 1.
Oh, okay, Ukir's flickering. Won't be able to do much about this. He knows that game is over. SRG take game number 1 here. Interesting. I don't know what to say about that game. It felt a little messy from both sides. It felt like there were some clear calls from SRG, and then there were moments in that game where it's just like it changes the way that you think now that you know that Gary unfortunately gets one shot here by Storm.
Yeah. Didn't really get to play much of the game after he got soloed by Innocent. Then realized that he couldn't take Innocent down. Got solo killed by Stormy, and it's just a chain of weird interactions. Not to mention, the Belleric was quite the problem there for the front lines of Team Flash, who have the damage and resources, but I just felt like something was missing there.
It was. I don't know. I'm thinking about like what exactly did they need to actually kind of like come up on top, which is a scary part. And the more that I think about it, it's just like, man, do they just need Vanix to kind of scale faster? Did they need Gary to be on the opposite side of the map? But he was like a majority of their early game damage, only next to the Novaria.
It didn't help that Gary actually, I think, revealed himself a bit too early, right? Like we saw,
in the last moment, yes.
Right. Like
yes.
We saw SRG jerk, and then they were like, yeah, we saw Gary, let's kill him.
I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, this is a tough game to analyze because it's like whose mistake would you think? It's like not only ranking the mistakes, but also recognizing that they're like, you clearly, this is not your turn to make the attack.
Yeah.
And they aren't making a very good attempt at like stealing back that tempo.
It's like, should Team Flash have pulled the trigger? Should Tremar just full send it, you know? Should Ukir hit more shots? Yeah, a lot of layers there, but Stormy, the clear MVP of this game with his Valentina.
Yeah, really well done here, and purposefully making sure that stealing the Detona's welcome to not only win these big 1v1s, but more importantly, just because it's dangerous. I think that the Detona's welcome is a pretty dangerous ult to steal because you also take the passive as well, which gives you max stacks So you're immediately a big dinosaur. You don't start off as tiny dinosaur.
Yeah, and yeah, that helps you stay in the fight more. And not only that, Stormy, yep, he has a ton of damage.
So much.
Pretty tough. Anyone on the side of Team Flash to reliably focus him. It's also a very good deterrent to the front line of Team Flash, right? Both Zorn and Tremar have quite the problem when they need to get into SRG's face, and you pair that up with a Belleric ult. Yeah, there's a lot to navigate.
Yeah, a decent amount to navigate, but I think we just didn't see a lot of proactivity coming from the side of Team Flash, right? They played a lot of the game just felt very passive. But let's also look at our defeated Evi, because Ukir was playing so well. His timings on the Astro Echoes were good. He's pinging multiple people at the same time. He's following up on his teammates with his Star Shatter shots. Sometimes they don't hit, of course, because, you know, they set it up, they flicker out of the way, it happens.
Yeah, he's landing some insane shots. Like his accuracy on the Star Shatter is actually above average. Right, even the setup in the early game that onto Yunes, which felt like it could have been First Blood, he was on the ball with the timing. It's just, unfortunately, those pings, it felt like it needed to be a bit more snappier on the follow-up, right, as for Zorn and Tremar.
I suppose, but then there's also like the argument that you can have. The next argument is that right now, I think the way that we contest for the Lord, the idea of how we contest for the Lord is rather disassociated to each other, right? Because you have Ukir poking them out. Then where does Zorn have to be? Is he the first initiator? Is he the man holding the Lord? Or does it have to be Tremar? So they get Tremar to do it, and then after that, Zorn is in the back thinking about what to do next. And I think that unfortunately for him, he went for a scaling build as well. He went to go for the Thunderbell for the extra slow, and that it builds up like hybrid armor magic resist. I think that was a slight mistake here because the game did not go the way that they were looking for.
Especially after, I think, like the first Lord fight, where the game just started accelerating a bit too fast for Team Flash. They were able to hold the fort, but like you pointed out earlier on, it took a lot of them to just punish SRG, and they didn't even get to hold on to that for long.
Yeah. So again, it's difficult because at least for Flash, it's like very clear what they want to do. They're playing for Vanix, you know, they're going to give him resources as much as they can. They want to control that tempo, but there are so many moments where they're like, we have first move, we get the position, and now there's nothing. There's like nothing we can do about it.
Yeah,
there's no big convergence.
It's like Cram and Yums walk up, or like Innocent throws the muddles and they are forced to back off.
That's
right?
the thing.
They cannot stand there.
Exactly. So I'm trying to figure out like whether or not they had actual ways to get abilities out of SRG, because even for Sagai's, he wasn't always going into the following Maple. Like sometimes he's absorbing damage on purpose so that he can set up for somebody else down the road, and he has 2 combo points to make something happen at the last second. So that's why it's like, ooh, this is a bit tough.
The crowd control profile on Team Flash's side are also very dependent on landing it, right? It's not as clear-cut, especially for on Zorn's end. The Tyrant's Revenge is a lot more harder to execute than a Daytona's Welcome in these dire times. And a lot of times we see the Daytona's Welcome, even that value wasn't really converted.
Here's the thing, right? As we see this person come in clip, I think that's the big problem that we're seeing right now, is that there's not much follow-up upon the targets. They don't have a lot of AoE to work with other than just Ukir, who can get shots, right? But as they lose that tempo, they start checking it. They have to play around that 6-second timer from Ukir. In 6 seconds, he is going to be able to throw out another Star Shatter from any direction possible. But now that 3mar, he finds the pick, where is the rest of his team, right? This pick here didn't make sense to me because the follow-up was definitely slow, which gives Yums the opportunity to completely cut off any reinforcements coming in from this direction, right? From this line onwards, it is all SRG. And Flash, they can't walk past it. Ukir is like walking up to try and maybe get the Meteor Shower down, but even then, that just does not have enough of the burst that they're looking for to win out the fight.
And early on, I think Ukir used his Star Shatter right before the chain of event, and it didn't help that I believe Yums' Wrath of Nature caught Zorn mid-leap. So Zorn didn't have time to react with the follow-up, which could have 100% resulted in a Stormy death. And even for Vanix's Obsidia, it's very hard to decide when is the right time to use the Hunter Bone.
That's the thing, right? Because again, if you're talking about just the Hunter Bone, not a lot of heroes on the side of Slinger Red Giants actually have a usable dash, in a sense, right? Whether it be Stormy, whether it be Innocent, which is probably the most ideal target, but then there's also Cram as well. In situations where you just saw him use his Purify and he's trying to run away, you can actually hold him in place so he doesn't hop over walls. So I think in this particular case, it's really just you hold on to the Hunter Bone until absolutely necessary, but Yums needs to get out of the way. Yeah. That's their big problem. If Yums does not have his flicker, then he becomes a lot less of a human being and more like a tree. Just standing there like I just hold the ground together, that's about it.
Yeah, but that's the worst target for Vanix too. If the Hunter Bone lands onto Yums, you just have to immediately detach yourself.
So I think it just boils down to communicating the abilities. Like, I don't think it's a deep problem for the side of Team Flash, but I think they need to understand that if they're not utilizing their cooldowns and like cycling it through properly, then you're going to come up with a problem like this. Because you'll see right up here, hold on, let me just pull it 5 seconds back. I just missed the most important moment. See, shoots the wave, starts flying over, and then this is where we start to see Stormy get into position to punish 3mar. And again, this position here is like, this should be impossible for him to get. I'm surprised 3mar didn't notice him at that point of time.
Yeah. And some people could also make the argument that by not seeing any SRG members on the map, you could start checking the map with the Astro Echo, right? This one came in after the engage and got a 4-man ping, but again, the taunt from Yums completely cuts off the front and back line, and Vanix and Ukir were just not in the right spot.
Yeah, so SRG, they maintain their battle lines. Unfortunately, for Flash, this side of the battle line immediately gets axed. There's nothing much they can generally do about it here. I don't know, this one's, again, this is why I feel like Flash, they can't wait for these critical moments to make big plays. I feel like it has to be these small incremental leads considering how Vanix plays the game. And once they get Vanix off of his feet in a good position, I think that's when you start looking for the bigger and better plays.
More so, how did Vanix even end up in that spot?
I mean...
And that was also quite a weird one.
It is weird, but he needs to be able to walk in on that fight to apply damage. Yeah. If not, like, what is the point? That means you would have given up the fight, like, way earlier as well. So, tough call. I think this is one of the few analyst segments where I'm looking at it and I'm just like, it's hard to say whether this is correct or wrong. It's a lot of in the moment in the moment, can you sync up with the rest of the team with what you were seeing on the battlefield?
I think both teams were just landing, like Hail Marys at one another until Team Flash just couldn't take it, right? And then they just dropped.
Basically, that's basically what happens. But we can pull down the replay for now. We can start talking about some of the adaptations that are necessary for this upcoming game. Because as much as I believe that Flash had a pretty simple composition to actually pick off on, Vanix, the fact that he needs to take this long to scale, it takes too long. It takes way too long, especially when you need Sky Piercer stacks on top of the Trinity. No.
Because everyone else already has the tools, right? For example, like Ukir was scaling up pretty well, like hit the glowing one timing very early on, deal with Cram, they had the crowd control, they had Gary for the burst, they just needed a bit more to push them over the edge, which actually could have been the Brody if the Brody wasn't banned out, I think. Or the Clint, it's like either or, right? Someone with a bigger burst.
I suppose, but that adds a layer of problems, right? That does add a layer of problems to themselves, where it's like the laning phase is like, okay, we solved the laning phase. Now what? If we have pressure on the gold lane, what are we going to convert it to? I think those are the big questions that need to be asked by Flash, because so far this passive line of play just does not fit them as of right now. And I get that Vanix is a good player, but they need multiple win conditions. For Ukir, if he can fight on a dime, that would be nice. I think his Novaria is pretty good, but he needs to be more perceptive as to what information is necessary at that point of time. And if Flash doesn't communicate what the information that they need, how is he expected to use the Star Shadows to open up the map?
The good news for Team Flash is that Game 1's loss isn't really something that cannot be fixed, right? It's just a very minor thing, and I believe that they understand that as well. Now, coming to Game 2, I want to see Ukir still back on these tempo makers. Novaria, maybe a Selena if needed, and just have Vanix get a hero that can move slightly faster.
If
they match up.
Yeah, if they want to play a similar game to this, similar style of composition, then you swap out the Novaria. You swap out the Novaria for a Farsa, because that way you can still affect the lanes, right? While not putting yourself in danger. You're just using the Feathered Airstrike to clear waves in open areas. Unfortunately for Ukir, he's always having to follow with the rest of his team. Since you're already following, don't put your team in a position where they have to deal with the wave. You could just deal with the wave yourself.
Yep. Reliably, even without much items, right?
Exactly.
That Vexana also does a great job at managing waves.
Well, Vexana is a little different because, like, Vexana, you gotta walk up to do it.
Yes.
Novaria doesn't, but somebody can block it.
Yep.
Farsa is like, it's my ult, but it does everything I need to. It just has a pretty long cooldown.
Yep. And I can move around the map whenever I want.
Exactly. I don't understand why teams don't want to lean into the Farsa a little bit more, especially when, like, the obvious junglers have already come out of play. Like, you had Harley on your side, Hirara was on the opposite side, and Hirara is guaranteed to use one combo point to try and close the distance to you from the edge of the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, and most of the time she wouldn't be able to reach you.
Exactly.
Like, it's not like a Suyo or Harley where they have mobility skills. Hirara doesn't necessarily have the best backline access unless you power on her.
Like, she has to be at the right place at the right time.
Yep.
And she does have the double dash into the Infernal Torrent to try and cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, but then you're only left with one combo point left to get in and out of the fight, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Once you hit level 11 as Hirara, like as you can see Feeks here, as Uchiha Feeks, you start unlocking that Sharingan. That's when it feels like you're untouchable. 3 seconds between, you start like cycling through all of your combo points again.
Now the next question that Feeks needs to answer is that which Akatsuki is he a fan of?
Itachi.
The original one or the current one?
Oh, tough call. But we also had a quick conversation with Vanix, the gold laner of Team Flash. A quote for him saying, as an SG gold laner, I've noticed that MY gold laners are much more aggressive and daring. It's fun for me to go against them, especially since I played in many international events too. For the past 2 to 3 weeks, we've had fewer training sessions because I have an exam for my diploma, but afterwards, we'll be back in full force. Oh, okay. So we were told about this earlier. Apparently, he has a diploma in aerospace engineering.
Yeah, he's a smart man.
Yeah, that dude.
It's incredibly impressive.
That's a mouthful of a diploma to say as well.
Aerospace engineering.
Chinese parents across the world losing their minds.
Yeah. They see he studies for that diploma and he's playing as a professional player.
Yup, getting paid to play video games.
Yeah.
Everything their children probably is.
He's gonna inspire future generations. Like, Ma, I can study and play games. But are you immortal though?
But are you immortal? That would be so funny. Oh my god. Parents chump checking you in your rank.
Must be tough being his relatives, you know.
Oh, I don't know. One of his relatives is like even more insane.
Forsaken Jing?
Yeah, Forsaken Jing?
Singapore is pretty small.
It is pretty small. They're probably all related and all know each other at that point, right? You stretch out your arm, you probably meet another MLBB player.
Happy Chinese New Year. How's Vanix doing? Oh, I don't know. He scored 4 flat. He won a trophy. What about your son? Oh, he just got discharged from the army.
Oh! Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. I wonder if... Actually, I never thought about this. I wonder if SG has the same, like, valor that they have in Americas with their military. Like, is there stolen valor? I don't think they have, like, that similar level of respect.
Maybe not until... Well, because they haven't been needed to go on all those, like, super dangerous deployments.
Or they're not allowed to talk about those super dangerous deployments, one or the other.
Look, the last time they got a jump scare was our National Day parade. Okay?
That's true. That's
our
funny.
friend Abstract had to be redeployed because we decided to fly a plane. So, yeah.
Well, that's one way to get out of work. But it's time for the random map draw by our official food delivery partner, Grab Food. It's expanding rivers, so now converting your leads is going to be a lot easier on the neutral objectives.
Selena banned by Coach Arc instead. They're on to something. Probably want to make sure the Team Flash stick with, even if they want to go fast, they're... wait a minute. Rafaela is still up.
I don't know if they want to play Rafa this time.
Probably not Flash.
I don't know. It feels like Flash are more likely. Oh! He hit the Nobara skin. Let's go!
And right after Innocent 1 too.
Yeah, what a way to play. What a way to play. All right, Freya, as expected. Okay, Melissa, whatever.
That's Nobara we're talking about.
Oh, that's true. That is Nobara. Darn it. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Coach Arcadia. What are we banning out here? Because, again, I like the way the SRG bans because they give very clear ideas during the regular season of what they want to do or what they don't want to deal with.
Game 1, they did ban out the Paquito, the Marcel, and the Freya. So Paquito and Marcel both are still up, but Marcel is a problem for Team Flash.
I think if you're banning out Marcel, it's kind of the onus on Pops to ban out the Paquito on the opposite side.
Yeah. But you could also just give both options to Pops and be like, hey, who do you want to ban?
I don't know. He might opt to not ban anything at all.
Oh.
There we go, the Marcel. So they want to actually lean into the Paquito as their first pick. Pops, punish it. Pops, do you punish it or do you get rid of something else?
Ban the Pac.
Do you want to deal with the potential double fighters or not?
Let them through and pick Irara. I trust Gary.
You might actually get Fanny, to be fair. Oh, wait, no. It doesn't matter because Pac would still be like the best out of the 3.
Yeah.
Come on, Pops. Come on, Pops. You got this. You got this.
How daring are you?
I don't think there's anything else that they need to worry about. Maybe like arguably Belric or Uranus if they want to affect the EXP matchup for 3mar.
That's true.
But then again, I don't think 3mar did that badly on the Barats.
Yeah. Wasn't a problem in the previous game.
I mean, he knows how to lane, and there we go. Paquito, as expected. All right, first pick. Give it to me. Show me. I want to see Uranus, but then Belric is also pretty good.
Yeah, Pirara is still open. I think you can go Belric here.
I think you go Belric and then let Pops decide on the jungle.
Yeah. And then
oh, wait, hold on. Do you... Because if we're talking about hero pool, right? Zorn and as well as Yums have a very similar hero pool.
If Belric gets taken away, then the option of something like a Cho becomes quite iffy for Zorn.
But that's only if like Fanny shows itself on the opposite side.
That's true.
That's like the only reason I'm like a little hesitant on it, which I think is what Coach Arcadia is making the discussion about for these first picks. And now he's made the choice. He's like, show me Rafa, we get Rafa. Yay! It's so exciting.
God damn it, Midnight. What have you done?
Look, they are meta changers and meta setters for a reason.
They are.
Do we always agree with what the meta has to offer us? No. Doesn't mean that we don't have to deal with it and not like it at the same time.
You gotta show some, gotta give credit where credit is due. They beat TLPH with that.
They did beat TLPH with that. That was a rough day. That was a rough day.
I remember tuning in and I was like, wait a minute.
Yep, it happened in real time.
Did the goal just get run down by a Rafa Freya?
It did. It did. That was depressing to watch. That was depressing. Hirara alongside with the Barats can get locked in for the side of Flash. I don't know why they don't want to go for the Uranus, but I guess it's, I mean,
right?
Sure, Barats just to make the neutral objective more attainable.
Well, if they have a way to force out the Purify at a whim, then sure, Barat's value does go up.
Dude, it's gonna be Uranus Beleric here.
Has to be, right?
Beleric to make Kirara's life difficult, and then Uranus just to win out the lane against the Barats. I mean, 3-Mar did okay, right? It's just those moments where it's like, oh no, what now? I've eaten somebody, but the follow-up gets stopped by Yumes with his Flicker Wrath of the Dryad.
Yep. He gobbles someone up. Zorn is like, I'm coming. Wait, no, give me like 3 seconds. This guy's
I'm here! But wait, I'm taunted. I'm still taunted.
He's making me attack him. I can't stop.
I can't stop from making it itself happen. Alright, as expected, Uranus alongside with the Beleric here. And then they go... Do they go for the Nova again?
Yeah, I was thinking Nova, but if not, then you probably have like a Vex is an option for second phase.
Actually, no, I think you take Vex first phase.
Like right here.
Yeah, you take Vex first phase, you ban out Valentina second phase.
No, that's true. That could work too.
Then your laning phase isn't so dependent. Like, it doesn't feel bad if they move out of the lane first, because then your support gets to walk around the map for free.
And there's no freezing allowed.
Exactly.
Awaken Dreadworm.
Oh, they go for Moskov instead. All right, I respect it. They're like, just in case, because I don't think they're gonna ban the Fanny.
I think you still ban the Valentina, but you leave it for the 5th.
That's a good idea. Yeah. You leave it for the 5th just in case like SRG kind of get ahead of themselves and they're like, okay, we're the ones banning it out.
Yeah.
I'm all down for that. But let's see how Pops is going to set it. Now, I talked to Staffa about this, but I cannot read Coach Arcadia's mouth. Like, he likes to cover it a lot. Now that he's doing it out in the open, I still can't read his lips, dude. I have no idea what he's saying. Like, I can read like into Pops sometimes. Oh, Zoraveki, nothing. Sometimes 1 or 2 words from Arcadia, but after that, nothing. I got nothing from them.
Do you think because they're speaking in Chinese?
That would be very funny if they were speaking in perfect Mandarin.
Right, like that's what they practice over the seasons, just so they don't give the draft away. Their biggest counter is actually the Chinese team.
They're the only ones who understand. He's playing against like KBG or GZG. He's covering his mouth all over again.
No, he just code switched back to like Bahasa.
Code switches back. That's even funnier. Oh,
it's actually a strategy for like our national athlete. You see like badminton matches?
Yes.
Where they purposely speak in Bahasa when we fight against our Chinese speaking athletes. It's pretty funny.
That's the tech, dude. That's the tech. Gotta stay ahead of it. Okay, so Valentina ends up getting banned out for the side of SRG. As Flash, they get rid of the Hanabi. I am all for it.
Basically take away one of the more annoying marksmen that has some insane frontline to keep her safe. Not really that hard to control. So Valentina does get banned out, which is perfect for Team Flash.
Wait.
Target the marksman? I think you could go for one more marksman ban. What do you do? What?
I am the sovereign
Kinda
of
tough,
this, the slayer of gods.
What?
Wow, this feels very targeted to keep the Moskov safe.
I mean, there's still Brody available, so like, what?
That is true.
There's like Brody and there's Clint as well. I think that the Obsidio wasn't really necessary here. Was there any other ways to punish? Yeah, because like knowing SRG and with the lineup that they have right now, they can still play for early game or for like hyper scaling at the end.
Yeah, they could play hyper scaling and it would be completely fine.
Yeah, so I can't put 2 and 2 together. This is a bit interesting, But let's see what this last map. Maybe it'll give us some form of an idea, right? Because Valentina is already telling us like, okay, we don't want you to steal our ults. And then Pops replies with, okay, not only do I not want to like team fight with your marksman, but we're also going to take away like the best scaler in the gold lane. Then Carmilla gets banned out here for the side of SRG. Not a bad shout as well, but it's just telling us that it's team fight oriented.
Very team fight oriented. Carmilla would have been quite the problem there. But with SRG wanting to stick together, if that is the case, this could still be Novari or Vexana. I would like the Vexana. It gives you an extra layer of crowd control against two of the big boys that want to run towards your team.
I think Vexana is perfectly fine, but they can hold their mid pick until the end, right? Yeah. So they gotta show something in support, and I don't think there's like too many great supports that work in this position. Like maybe I would argue for Matilda at this point.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, they go for Kaja instead, but they've got like, oh, okay. You know what? I take it back. This is a much better setup for the Kaja. Because at this stage of the game, SRG is like, okay, we're going to team fight. We want these big AoE ults. But if the counter engage is better, and I think this could be a setup for either like Aurora, Farsa, anything with like really big AoEs, arguably even Eudora as well, also kind of fulfills that position. It just means that somebody else has to buy the anti-heal if it is going to be like a high early damage mage.
Yeah, and that gives Zorn a lot more agency as well to force SRG to be a lot more aware. You can't just stick together and start a fight. They could basically just send Yums in to test the waters.
They could.
Now they have a Claude, which deals with that quite well too, and a Leomord.
Wow, okay, so yeah, SRG really wanted to play, they had this composition in mind. They wanted to make sure that they have like a lot of their team fighting tools in place. And I don't know whether Sakai's is going to get another Maniac today here. Hopefully Flash has something to say about that. But now that they have the Kaja, what is going to be the mid pick? Is it going to be the Aurora? Are they going to lean more into the Eudora? There's still the Farsa. There's also like the Eve as well, but I would say that Eve is probably the weakest amongst the aforementioned.
Yeah, probably not Eve. I think Eudora isn't that poor of an option. But majority of the tank shredding will be down to Vanix.
Yeah.
If you go for Aurora, sure. But then dealing with the Claude will be the challenge.
No matter what, this mage is going to get punished by this Claude. I think there's no getting around that. It looks like they're going to go with the Aurora here. Natural Wombo combination with each other. Let's see how this is going to play out, because again, it's about finding that initial pickoff, and then if they don't convert on the pickoff, they still have powerful nuclear options for team fights.
And great base defense too. Very hard for SRG to just walk up. And a lot of that is front-loaded into Claude, so that means that Innocent might have to put himself in a compromised position to get it happen. I think Pauset has the right idea coming into this game.
He does. Talking of the Sage, it feels like they knew what was in store for each other. So let's jump right into it. I like both compositions. I would say the SRG's one's a little bit more boring overall, but it requires a higher level of execution, knowing that there's still Divine Binding into the Frigid Breath. So many different combos to play around.
Head into game number 2, into the Land of Dawn. SRG this time finds themselves on blue side, Team Flash on red. Kaja pick shown once more. Game 1 was pretty close. To see if there's going to be any change in tempo for game 2, especially with almost a similar opening in the XP lane, but we have to see whether Team Flash can keep up.
Yeah, Cram taking the early damage here, he doesn't mind it. Mark, okay.
Okay, whoa.
Not winning level 1.
Whoa.
Silly.
What?
Very, very silly here. Very, very silly. Let's pull up the emblems. Let's pull up the emblems to get a double confirmation on what exactly they went for here, right? Because if one of them took Focusing Mark, that could have made a difference. That could have made a major difference. Or at least like lead into the mage emblems. For Stormy, he probably has the mage emblems already.
And the more you get hit by Stormy's abilities, the more the subsequent one hurts. Oh, bit of a oopsie there from Zorn.
Yeah, they thought they could clear the way pretty fast, but...
in pure rage.
That's why. Making sure that he hurts. And not to mention that he also took the damage from the concussive blast coming in from Yums. So Yums, he understands the goal. It's not just about surviving, it's about having control over the lane. Good flicker here. Stormy reacts in perfect tandem. Zorn should have been the first person who walked up, honestly.
But at least the mid lane is straight flicker, so... Silver lining?
A little bit of a silver lining. Not the end of the world, because both junglers have not been interrupted. Full clears on the top side, so it means that everybody's going to end up on the bottom side of the map. And right now, Vanix, he's going to have a bit of a tough laning matchup here against Innocent on this Claude. Like, this is, again, supposed to be more mechanical, but generally speaking, Claude has a pretty big advantage in the lane, being able to kind of out-sustain everything.
I definitely appreciate the snappiness of Luke here, trying to go for these plays. He also loses the majority of his health, and that does give Team Flash a bit of control over the Turtle Pit. they have to deal with Cram will act as the brick wall right now. With Stormy around and access to concentration, it is quite tough for Team Flash to even contest this.
Okay, Uker just hit level 4. So can they make... They probably don't want to do this right now.
Yeah,
guys?
You're gonna commit. Actually finds the turtle. The SOD does connect. Innocent arrives at the scene. Vanix on top of him. They take care of some guys meantime. And Gary's in the perfect spot. Forces out the Purify from Innocent. They land an iceberg on top of it. Double kill for Ukir. And Cram, unfortunately, won't be able to get much done. Team Flash off to a good start.
Good attempt with the Divine Binding here as Gary able to actually use the tempo to convert it. Not only steal away the turtle, but also go for one more small cap. Let's look at the instant replay one more time. I thought they didn't want to do this after they used that Frigid Breath. But look here, look at Zorn, look at Zorn. He cancels out Sakai, making sure that he is unable to kind of get into these fights. And not to mention that he also specifically attacks Stormy, so when they drop down the Holy Baptism, it was already too late. That's what they were holding the Holy Baptism for, to win out on these retreat fights.
But Tremar flickered forward to eat Sakai's up, so there is no chance for SRG to get any tempo going there. And Zorn now hits level 4 already. He's waiting for Divine Binding to come back off cooldown, but was able to basically smell out movement from SRG. That should free up the side lanes for a while. Raffle Dryad pulls him back. That's the kill. Hirara jumps in though. The combo is good, but the damage a bit lacking.
Yep. Unfortunately, Gary and Ukir don't have early base damages to make this work just yet. Gary having to commit like a lot of his combo points just to get the damage down just isn't good enough. Until Ukir gets a second item, I don't think they'll have enough to one-shot anybody, but they will be able to like heavily chunk them down. Now Zorn has to be extremely careful because as soon as he goes airborne, that turn rate makes him more susceptible to a lot of different abilities from the side of SRG. Yes, you can hop over walls. Yes, you're able to open up. It feels good to be able to open up that map, but at the same time, because there is Stormy on the opposite end, the harassment is basically for free.
And it always gives vision as well. So they get to track Zorn wherever he goes. They need to force something out of Cram. That's impossible. Yums on the catch. Getting onto Ukir. Ukir will have to flicker away. Cram tries to chase after him. There's the passive. Ukir back onto life. Uses the ult. The eat gobble out from Tremar onto Sakai. Sakai gets traded back. A 1-4-1. Instant revive used by Stormy to bring his jungler back into the play. And Gary will have to fall back, waiting for the cooldown to come back off cooldown. Zorn disengages. Stormy with the chase flicker. 2 kills for SRG.
That was silly. There was no reason for Gary to try to go back into that fight here. He's not putting enough respect on this Rafa. And he needs to understand that Hirara, just again, amongst most assassins, pretty low health base pool. Really, really low health base pool. Now, seems like Vanix has been doing pretty well, but a dive attempt here now initiated by Flash.
Yep. The SOD and the flicker gets him away. One will come in to bail his teammate out, but they will potentially lose this bottom tier 1, which is going to be the case. Oh, I actually killed the catapult in time.
Yep, just in time. On the top side, however, Cram has been able to get like massive push on his side. Will be able to kind of clear out this wave early on and should be able to get top tier 1 basically for free. And Flash right now, on the opposite end, aren't playing with the same fervor as Slammer Red Giants, right? A lot of their movements consist of 5 rather than being hyper efficient, but they managed to forcefully make a trade down mid. So 2 side turrets for mid tier 1 for the side of Team Flash.
Arguably a better trade for Team Flash.
I don't know about that anymore. I'm not 100% sure, because eventually it's going to come to a point where like both Vanix and as well as Innocent are going to start split pushing. So it's like, technically, on the split push level, I would say that SRG has a bit of an advantage there.
That is true.
It's just that Sakai has to kind of say goodbye to like a couple of the green camps.
I think Zorn just got his fleeting time. Tremar sitting on a garden helmet last we checked in.
That's good. That's good. Very useful to have, especially with how harassy Slimer Red Giants are playing right now. Soon, eventually, there's going to be things that he won't be able to like kind of, you know, maintain his passive with. No targets to find. Hirara pushing down on the bot side, where you can see Vanix staying safe under tier 2 top side. Even Slimer Red Giants, there's literally nothing to contest over the map. These are the moments that you have to start getting creative with the way that you move.
Vanix only seeing Cram is not enough of a confidence. The rest of SRG really hiding just enough away from sight. There is a flicker from Yums. And the guys is around. If they see someone like Ukir on the map, it could be an engage angle.
Oh, can't say that for certain. They want the turtle, so it looks like Gary's going to take a very safe path of securing his own purple buff rather than walking into enemy territory. Okay.
Okay, that's the conceal use. Cram is not the target. Zoran, as he's spotted out, taunted back, could disengage there. So use Grapple Dryad, expended, finds nothing in return. And they can drag this out and allow Vanix to push the top wave as well.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do, and SRG is going to force the situation right now.
Go for Turtle there. It's like Esolina committed at all. Team Flash, no interest in fighting this one.
Dude, Cram and Yums right now on... oh, hold on.
Oh, they used the combo a bit off there. Yums should still die, thankfully.
Luckily, they made sure they got everything that they needed there. However, that's a lot of ults for one man. That was just for one man, and give Vanix an assist and a tier 1 top side.
But it helps Vanix reposition to deal with the bottom wave. Ukill will flicker away and bail 3 Mars out of that. Again, the defense, quite the headache for SRG to deal with.
He's a big boy. He's a big boy for a reason. Now that SRG, they see all 3 members in that mid lane, now they can start walking to enemy territory and start taking away resources away from Gary, which is kind of ironic because you would have imagined that the team that is missing their mid-tier 1 are going to get jungle invaded a lot more often, which you can see that Gary finally decides to do. But then he sees Sakai and is like, you know what? I'm good. I'm out of here.
I don't want to fight him, you know, it's a bit too strong. Oh, occasional visits to the mid lane. On to Cram, who still has to purify, so yeah, no way they take him out. But they find Yums again! And this time, Yums has to flicker.
Good flicker. Got the maximum distance over the wall. Oh, Holy Baptism does connect, forcing the flicker out of Stormy.
And then Gary is going to back off. Wrap the Dryad use on 3Mar. 3Mar now, he flickers. Vanix to the backline. Oh, he's going to commit on the Stormy and find him. Finds the reset on the dash. Vanix needs a bit more. Doesn't have it in him. Cram with the kill. 3Mar ends up going down. Sakai's in as well. And his team flashed and loses too.
That's got to be a little upsetting. Honestly, I definitely thought that the Moskov, an auto attack into the spear should have been enough, but apparently it was not. Let's look at that one more time. Because I think he made the right choice, right? He throws the SOD, he connects the SOD onto Stormy's side, takes it, but unfortunately is like just a little bit off and is forced to flicker forward to secure that kill. I think if he managed to just get the kill, he should have been able to flicker out no problem. Or arguably stay in the backline for a little bit longer to get his dash back up.
Just so happens that guys was coming in from the back as well. More spawns, but
look at Cram.
Team Flash are back.
He's beating Zorn up.
And they just found Hirara.
Yep. Now they can't do anything. They're just beating them up. They're just Yums and Cram right now. I love the fact that they're playing the 2 and 3 formation. And I like the 2 and 3 formation because now it's not about like, oh, how do we circle around your opponents? This is how wide can we spread our net so that you can't get past us.
This whole defense should be very manageable, but for Gary, the game only gets harder from this point on. Thing is, there's no easy way for him to move into a fight.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless they get like a massive ult here. Even a massive ult just doesn't do enough damage. Like, I don't know. This is why I felt like Eudora might have been a little bit better because at least you have like the option of maybe turning a fight around. But then you see the Leomord on the opposite side and you're like, you know what? Maybe it's kind of nice actually having, you know, a passive that keeps me alive.
Especially having like the Cram that like dives you.
What? No, the Lord, it's still healthy now.
Zorn comes in, gets taunted out immediately. They want to go for the play. They have the Frigid Breath, Frigid Glacier. Cram jumps to the back. They actually kill Stormy. Innocent with the Blazing Duet going big. Gary and Vanix both escape. Ukia the same as well. So guys will trample him. Vanix to the back with the SOD. He needs a bit more. I cannot believe that Innocent didn't go down.
Endgame scenario right now. They need to get Innocent to start hitting this turret right here, right now, and use those Lord empowered waves. What a big blunder by 3Mar. Oh my god. His Jet Expert ended up pushing the minion into the Holy Shielding, causing it to break first so the Lord doesn't take any damage. Oh my goodness, that could not have gone any worse. This is right after that happens, right? Immediately, you can see the SRG in their minds were trying to process what the heck just happened. Our Lord is still full health, and then that's when at least Yums was being aware, said, we fight now!
Yeah, and thankfully, Vanix to the rescue again. Man, this looked like a triple kill angle, I swear to god.
It was about to be.
Innocent with just enough lifesteal survives.
Oh, okay, but not the end of the world of Team Flash. They managed to save they managed to save their top inhibitor, which is amazing. It means that this next Lord is going to be a little easier to contest for. You don't have to worry about the long lane as often because it's not naturally pushing into your territory. Now, Flash, I want to see how they want to kind of sequence this, because before this, the sequencing is if Yums ends up whiffing the Wrath of the Dryads, right? So how do they kind of recreate that scenario for the upcoming Lord fight?
One of the ways to do it is to use Zorn as a proxy, right? You dodge the Wrath of the Dryad with your ability at the last second, but it's a lot to ask for. But there are times where Zorn has to put himself in a spot where he eats the ult and then counter-engage.
Yeah. Or they get like a... Who has Purify? Innocent has Purify, Cram has Purify, which means Yums, Stormy, and some guys don't have Purify. Ah, man! But then do they really realistically eat Yums? I don't think they can.
No, unless they can like just blow him up before he gets anything off.
But they can't though. Like, look, even Tram is like dealing with 4 members by himself and then rotates back out. Yums is there to trade his place, and then they're gonna do this forever.
Yeah, I think Tremar is overextended a little bit. He uses his ult defensively, but they are gonna try and chase him. Ukia trying to bail him out of there. Tremar's flickers now.
Yep. Yeah.
Really not much that he can do.
Really cannot. They can't hit past that front line, and unfortunately Zorn just wasn't able to create enough impact. And that early death really costed him a lot. Really costed that him. Because if he just was even with Yums, I think by now his passive would have been able to kind of like maintain his health overall, so he can get like the consistent poke that you see right here in this in-flight mode. Because it does max health HP and it hits in a pretty wide area.
5.6k gold lead, and Lord coming in top lane. I guess that is sort of the silver lining that the Lord is still revisiting the top wave, the top lane.
But it's... I don't know, this feels like a slow death at this point. Unless we see Vanix come up with a super play, I don't know. It might be difficult, but they just need to line up. I think that's kind of the only way they win this, right? If they happen to line up and multiple people get hit by the value of this piercing attack. Oh,
ooh, Innocent playing with fire there. Should get this, yep. Vanix didn't have his Twist of Nature in the previous fight. That was the biggest difference maker. They catch Cram. Cram should die here.
Okay, covered hella distance. Hella distance.
He is back. Yums is in, Innocent as well. They push him away, but he has to win the crowd. Ukir with the passive keeps himself alive, but Innocent disengages. Vanix against the guys. Wins some nature against Juice, but doesn't negate any damage. Don't worry, Gary covers the void. Juice back in. Ukir, well, completely misses his own. Stormy, he's in. He catches Vanix. But Gary and Ukir work hand in hand for the trade. And Team Flash holds on.
He doesn't mind dying there. Stormy has been flickering and just getting these trades when he shouldn't be getting them. And now that we're in the late phase of the game, Team Flash, they are in a lot of trouble. Oh, they caught him!
They caught Innocent! The fleeting time cooldown. But the damage is not dead. Tremar eats up one of them. Spits it into Innocent. Tremar! That is a work of beauty. Carry taunted but escapes. Oh boy, Team Flash are still in.
Tremar, what a redemption arc. What a redemption arc. Finally finds the Denga's welcome. That matters as he gets the spit down. The spit down of all things. You would have imagined that of all things that Innocent could dodge, it would be that spit, but he just couldn't. He just could not. Great catch overall from Zorn. He's doing it again.
Yep. Transpurify is 5 seconds away. Can he get it back in time to survive this? Just enough to get out without having to use it. That fleeting time value is only going to cascade if SRG keeps feeding into the machine.
6 more seconds until the next Lord spawns, and luckily it's not on the long lane, it's on the short lane, so they can just make sure that they cover that top side, which forces them in a pretty weird position. And this is what I don't like about some of these Lord dances, especially if it's not on long lane, right? Because now there's a second contestation that's going on that's very close to enemy positioning. It forces Flash to always have to send somebody down to the bot side. If not, even if they lose pressure. Wait, hold on!
Oh, Tremar, he's in already!
Gets the catch!
SOD needs to come in soon. The guy dodges it and gets the Lord for himself. Gary goes in and finds the kill onto Yums, but needs to disengage. The guy's taken down by Vanix. Ukia looking to disengage from this fight. Vanix needs to survive. Innocent in with the blazing duet, but Zorn will get enough distance. Same as Gary. So Team Flash, they trade even.
That was almost good. That was like so close to being near perfect for the side of Team Flash. So close, but it's still a 2-for-3 trade here. Sorry, a 2-for-2 trade here overall. Flash, they end up losing down their mid inhibitor. Innocent, is he gonna try for this? 9 more seconds until 3 comes back up.
They push the bottom wave enough, so at least Team Flash can easily deal with this Lord. The passive of Vanix is quite dangerous as well. Stormy actually gets caught. Can he get out of this? Vanix with the kill, and now Innocent in the rough spot, blazing duet Winds of Nature, trying to deal with Vanix, doesn't get stunned up. As Gary playing with the iframes will be able to bail Cram in, bait him in long enough, but Cram will survive, and Team Flash again, they hold.
They hold strong. Every Lord, another inhibitor goes down, and Team Flash, they are yet to give up on this fight. 13-16 is the current kill score right now. And they gotta be careful, because Zoran, I thought maybe he fell asleep at the wheel, still finds these angles to punish their opponents.
No, they're getting more and more dangerous now. Team Flash pushing out onto the map. And Zoran is concealed, is looking for more. Cram concentration. No real this time. Zoran not able to catch anyone, and that the breeding room that SRG needs.
Yep, because right now there's nothing to fight for. With 85 seconds left on the clock before the next Lord actually spawns, it's actually incentivized for Team Flash to actually throw some of their ults out to try and get, trying to catch some of the members of SRG. If they can get Yums to flicker somewhere once it's like the 40 to 35 second mark when the Lord is about to spawn, I think that would be ideal for Team Flash.
Now it comes down to the battle of the marksman. Wow, the item swaps there. And Zorn has been heat with his ult.
Hey, Zorn, get another Thunderbelt stack real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep,
okay, and out. And now come back and do it again. Because at this point, like, both sides know we're not killing each other. Yeah. But Zorn has the extra benefit of getting 1 hybrid armor every single time. Are you having fun yet, Cram? They probably should stop hitting Cram so that his passive times out.
That's true too.
But then Zorn comes back in and he's just like, one more stack, please. Thank you.
The generosity is appreciated.
Your kindness might make all the difference in this last fight.
If we win, it's because of you. That 1 extra stack. That last hit that I couldn't get.
That 1 stack made the difference. The extra true damage of maybe Innocent. He's at 23. I'm surprised. It's 19 minutes in the game and he's only 23. I would have expected a little bit higher, but these engagements, it's like a one touch you die type situation.
Yep. Gary get his buff here.
Are we really?
Oh, I can't believe it.
Wait.
Just getting a bit dicey. Vanix still needs to deal with the wave.
Wait. I think Yums, depending on how Vanix paths here, they don't know that he's there.
Cram is doing a great job. Zorn actually spots out Yums.
Okay.
Takes up the space.
Look at this 2 and 3 formation. Look at it. It's so good. It's so good. What are they supposed to do? Oh, thanks for giving vision, Zorn. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Guy Piercer.
Ah!
No bailout there.
Uh-oh. Maybe they were having too much fun. It's a respawn, and now they're trying to slow it down. Oh my god, Gary nearly died.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, there was a moment Stormy could have like maybe tried to go for a flicker play again, but even so, they've reset it, and now Vanix has to go back up top side.
Yeah, because Gary was forced to recall, now they can try and blitz down the Lord. Yeah, thinking about it. Can he get the cash here? Gary is back. He's not full health though. Lord is reset already. Damage from Uke. Scary. Zorn fights 2 of them. Oh, the Sky Piercer goes up. They also got bombs the guys. Innocent. Big magic happens. Fight back. They lost 3 more. Vanix going ham. He's uncontested SOD.
Come on.
Is there a moment there for Vanix? Doesn't seem to be so.
Unfortunate. Oh my goodness, that's a pretty good idea. Win a crown as soon as you get hit by the Divine Binding, so even if they pull you around, you don't take any damage. I like that idea. Oh, the flicker play does not connect! Vanix walks away scot-free!
But in return, SRG gets the Lord that could end the game here.
It should be endable. I say should. But Vanix, he's been playing a very strong game right now.
Man, really safe by the Rafaela passive. You know what? You can just casually die and come back, you know?
It's literally the only reason SRG are still in this game somehow. Because they keep maintaining tempo.
Who would have known that having 6 lives is actually good? Better than 5. Oh, Gary and Dream are back. Just in time, Zorn is dead. Ukier is going to lose his passive. Thanks to Cram, he flickers to safety. There goes Zorn, a big taunt on the Tremar. Tremar with his dying breath uses everything. The Lord still incredibly healthy, down to half health. Ukier throws everything from the kitchen sink. but SRG have just enough to cross the finishing line. That's a 2-0 for the Giants.
There you go. They tried to keep it clean, but Flash wrestled them down to fatigue, got in their faces and said, no, you gotta give me something. And unfortunately, they gave them a longer fight. SRG still master of control here. That's the name of the meta right now. You control the tempo, you control the priority, you win games for free.
Team Flash prepared to fight 5 heroes, but not the 6th. God, the Rafaela passive.
That Rafa passive.
God dang.
It is, I mean, like, really, can you really compete with it? It genuinely, I can't even like say much about it because every single time SRG, they end up only giving 1 member max.
It's like, I use everything to kill a tank and the tank just revives.
Yeah! Like, what? So obnoxious. Once again, by saying hi over to Cram, and of course, making sure that everybody, they knew what they were doing. They are showing the respect where the respect was due.
Yeah, it's a tiring game for Team Flash. And in the war of attrition, SRG just have the right resources to stay in the game longer.
Oh man, could they have done anything better there? I don't know. I think that honestly, Flash played it like a near perfect game in that scenario. You just needed a moment for Vanix to make a super play to bring them back in.
I mean, this is promising for Team Flash. Let's see what SRG have to say about that win on stage with Rose. Rose, take it away.
SRG berjaya tutup minggu 2 dengan 1 lagi kemenangan. The win streak continues and SRG is on fire. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In a sense, why was game 1 a bit hard to close for you guys? It looked like Flash almost could get game number 2.
Game number 2?
Why was it so hard to close?
Why are that? I think because of their lineup, it's kinda hard to fight because there's a lot of things that you need to react or counter set like that.
A lot of things going on.
Yeah.
Now, Innocent, I think a question would be, how important is it for you guys to get a very good start of the season to maintain your momentum to hopefully playoffs, grand finals, internationals?
For us, it's very important because we want to gain our confidence and momentum, yeah.
Confident so far?
Yeah. For our team.
Are you confident so far?
What?
Are you confident so far?
Oh, confident.
Okay, Innocent, let's talk a little bit about the meta and what we're seeing in MPL MY. 2 weeks of MPL MY, we've seen quite a bit of fighter gold lane, right? What is your opinion on this? Do you think it's a good pick or it's really situational and not viable on all situations?
Because if you want to use Spider Gold Lane, it's kinda risky. They're stronger than most of the gold laners because they're using marksman, right? But during the mid to late game, it's kinda hard to end. So it's kinda risky pick. Yeah, you need to end fast.
So, Innocent, suka fighter gold lane ko, marksman gold lane?
Depends on the coach.
Depends on the coach. Okay, play safe. Jawapan play safe. And of course, adik, kita nampak lah kan sepanjang SRG ada di MPL, kita nampak di mana teamwork korang sangat-sangat stable lah daripada early game sampai ke late game. Mungkin you boleh ceritakan sikit apa yang membuat your teamwork to be so good, to be so strong?
Mungkin sebab season ni kita orang don't touch me. Okay. Dah lupa dah soalan. Kau lah ni. Sekali lagi Ros.
Sekali lagi Okay, so SRG dah main banyak season di MPL Malaysia, tapi setiap season nampak you guys punya consistency daripada early game sampai late game. Apa rahsianya?
Oh, rahsia dia tak ada rahsia sangat pun. Dia mau tu mungkin sebab each of us ada keinginan masing-masing and ada goal masing-masing. Jadi for sure apabila dia bergabung, boom, meletup. So dia akan cakap apa sekejap.
Tu Innocent dah tak kacau tau.
Dia akan
menyala.
Mantap.
Alright.
Mantap.
Okay, so banyak tim tengah struggle dengan konsistensi kerjasama ni kan untuk musim ini. Ada tip tak untuk dorang? Ada tip tak untuk pasukan-pasukan lain pula yang tengah struggle pasal kerjasama ni?
Oh, tips dia ni tengok live Innocent.
Kenapa?
Sebab Innocent selalu share tips.
Oh.
So kat situ saya rasa diorang boleh dapat something daripada live Innocent.
Okay. Okay, adik, kita tahu di mana you guys struggle untuk close the game kan. Game kedua menentang dengan Flash. And kita pun nampak di mana Flash banyak improvement pada musim ini. So, apa yang you rasa diorang perlu perbaiki untuk match-match yang akan datang supaya benda lepas takkan jadi di musim ini?
Sejujurnya Flash nampak improvement lah daripada season lepas. Tengok season ni diorang macam tak adalah teruk sangat. So season ni nampak I think diorang ada chance lah untuk pergi ke playoff, and diorang just perlu I think more to
training,
training and mantapkan chemistry, mungkin
chemistry, disiplin semua. Alright, terima kasih adik. So guys, kita nampak, rasa adik dah penat dah main game yang lama-lama tu di game kedua. So mungkin kita boleh umumkan MVP. So nak tanya dulu, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Cram, kita punya captain. Alright, join us up on stage. Okay, so you setuju ke dengan MVP? You setuju? Setuju. You, do you agree with the MVP today?
What?
Do you agree with Cram being MVP? Yes. Okay. Hi boss. Boss.
Ang ilang bilis ng tibok ng puso ko. Hindi nagpapalpitate siya, madam.
Okay, why are you palpitating? Why is your heart beating so fast?
Maybe coffee or Red Bull.
Too much caffeine.
Yeah.
Don't drink too much caffeine, okay? That's not good. I'll make it simple for you. Cram, you guys have been in MPL MY. You guys have 5 trophies under your belt. How do you guys keep up the hunger to win? Some people will get complacent with winning too much.
Maybe because money.
Nice, I love that. Words for the fans, Cram.
Word for the fans, banyak orang today. Thank you guys. And see you next week.
Yay! Alright.
Clap.
SRG, tahniah dan terima kasih. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep ini menentang dengan Team Flash. Showing it back to you guys.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Rose. Yes, kami sangat bersetuju di mana walaupun Team Flash kalah, tapi mereka tunjukkan peningkatan. Cuma sayangnya mereka kena berhadapan dengan the final boss. Berhadapan dengan pasukan SRG bukan mudah untuk kau tak buat kesilapan kecil. Sebab SRG ni team yang if you do a very small mistake, dia boleh punish benda tu. Husky yang bersama dengan kita hari ni.
Ya, yang kesan yang terbesar dari pasukan SRG adalah Rafaela, right? Sebab Rafaela boleh maintain tempo play. Jadi sebelum Lord Fire yang terakhir kita pun nampak lepas Cram kena take down, instant revive kan sebab passive Rafaela. Jadi tempo play dia kena dapat di-maintain. SRG boleh terus untuk mengawal lah tempat Lord tu.
Ya, memang saya sangat bersetuju dengan apa yang awak katakan. I couldn't agree more sebab kita boleh nampak yang bagaimana cara mereka bermain sangat-sangat agresif. Tambah lagi mereka ada Rafaela. Jadi hero ini sendiri allow mereka untuk melaksanakan mistake. Kalau mereka laksanakan mistake, mereka boleh revive balik. So far saya boleh katakan by peranan di proses drafting juga ada beberapa perkara yang saya dan juga Apple dah bincangkan outside of the camera. Cuma kat sini Apple, one small mistake yang kau rasa buatkan yang Team Flash tak boleh dapatkan apa-apa momentum langsung.
Aku rasa mistake tu ada, nanti kita akan bincangkan dekat klip. Tapi bagi aku, Rafaela ni membuatkan, memanglah akan nampak bila kena catch tu adalah mistake.
Yep.
Tapi bila dia dapat revivekan tu, sebenarnya Flash bermain di dalam tempo SRG di mana SRG mendapatkan semua info ataupun mendapatkan peluang untuk punish Team Flash.
Secara tidak langsung daripada itemization kita nampak sebentar tadi dengan glowing dan juga blood wing itu dah memberikan peluang kepada Stormy untuk keluarkan damage yang agak besar. Jadi kita nampak damage dealt yang dikeluarkan oleh Stormy sebentar tadi adalah hampir kepada 70,000 damage. Jadi mereka celebrate mereka punya birthday dekat sini. Dia minta dia sambut birthday dengan Cram dan juga Sky.
Happy birthday. Mana yang nak sambut birthday boleh datang.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Tapi
birthday bila?
Birthday aku tak nak bagi tahu lah. Nanti aku dikerumuni wanita-wanita.
Sikit?
November.
Oktober. Still lagi.
Aku September. Oktober. November. Let's go.
Illuminati. But again, kita boleh nampak kat sini di mana damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Stormy sebenarnya agak tinggi. Dia boleh keluarkan 70,000 damage kepada pasukan Team Flash. Dia gunakan Rafaela je. Kenapa damage dia besar sangat?
Sebab skill 1 dia kan, the more you get hit, the more damage it is. Dan lepas tu dia pun ada build glowing 1, dia ada Impure Rage. Jadi Impure Rage pun tambah damage on top lah. Tapi selain daripada Rafaela being a tempo setter, SRG pun ada Belleric dengan Uranus. Dia orang tu tempo maintainer. Kita nampak Cram dia boleh duduk kat depan 1v4, 1v5. Lepas tu kalau dia mati, Rafaela revive.
So far kat sini aku nampak yang peranan Phoenix tak nampak sangat dalam game ni. Nak kata dia bagi long lane pressure pun tak juga pun.
Disebab susah, disebabkan SRG sendiri membuatkan dia macam ni. Kalau dia nampak Moskov nak split, Cram dah buka map betul. Cram dah buka map. Dia akan cari 1-2 orang kat mana. Dia nampak je Moskov show, dia terus ambil fight. Dekat situ Moskov akan datang, betul akan datang, tapi lambat.
Betul.
Sebab pakai tombak. Kalau kena, kalau tak kena, tak datang lah.
Kalau kena, macam mana datang? Kena record. Jalan kaki. Tapi kita boleh katakan dalam game ni juga kita boleh nampak yang aku sangat tak suka yang Moskov untuk berhadapan dengan Uranus. Jadi kita akan lihatkan secara overall daripada sudut drafting dekat sini. Kita nampak bagaimana drafting daripada pasukan SRG. Kita dah bincangkan yang mereka sangat gemar untuk memberikan gangguan kepada Hirara dengan pengambilan Leomon. Dan kat sini kita dah bincangkan untuk pasukan daripada Team Flash, mereka ada ruang untuk keluarkan Leomon tersebut, tapi mereka memilih untuk tidak keluarkan Leomon sebabkan bagi saya combo Leomon dan juga Rafaela jauh lebih menjadi berbahaya nak dibandingkan dengan mana-mana assassin. So kat sini saya boleh katakan yang pasukan Team Flash mungkin lepas pandang benda ni sikit.
Rasanya untuk saya dia lepas Leomon bukan masalah yang terbesar sebab dia dapat baras dengan Hirara. Tapi lepas tu yang pick kedua dan ketiga adalah Uranus dengan Belleric. Yang itu kalau kita combine dengan Rafaela jadi yang sudah dijelaskan tadi tempo setter, right? Tempo dia memang cepat. Jadi susah untuk Hirara untuk lawan di early tengah mid game. Baras juga first item dia Guardian Helmet sebab Trima dia pun faham kalau dia tak beli Guardian Helmet susah dia nak stay dalam fight. Tapi kalau kita membandingkan itu Parats dengan Uranus dia ada passive kan. Selain as long as dia passive dia max stack, susah nak tenang dia keluar dari firefight. Kalau dibandingkan dengan Parats ada Guardian Helmet, kena tunggu, tapi untuk Uranus dia boleh stay in the fight for as long as he wants.
Dan kalau dia kena punish pun Rafaela hidupkan dia. Itu agak susah untuk pasukan daripada Flash sendiri buat setup. Bagi aku nampak yang Flash cuba buat combo dekat sini, di mana combo Kajak Aurora. Bagi aku ini adalah combo buku yang tak jadi dan tak sesuai digunakan untuk game ni. Aku amat tak suka. Ingat SRG memang kesiku.
Kenapa kau kata macam tu?
Nanti kita akan pergi kat klip. Aku akan tunjuk berapa miss combo. Bagi aku sepatutnya turning point ataupun turning, orang cakap winning condition untuk Flash. Tapi SRG main pakai tangan bro, tak main pakai kaki.
Spam flicker boleh lepas.
Nanti kita akan tengok klip.
Yes, aku setuju kat sini ada beberapa klip yang telah pun didapatkan oleh Epo sebab dia memang suka cari kesalahan. So
tapi bukan kesalahan SRG.
Tapi bukan sebab tak ada kesilapan.
Betul.
Tak ada kesalahan. But so far aku jenis yang suka juga cari kesalahan.
Betul.
Sebab tak nampak sangat Team Flash.
Tak bukan. Kita payah untuk cari kesalahan.
Aku pun ada kontak dengan Pak. Nak kena jaga hati. Betul. So first clip yang aku nak tunjukkan kat sini adalah di mana before a moment disaster overall untuk Team Flash. So far dekat first data kat sini kita boleh nampak yang pasukan Flash merancangkan pergerakan mereka dengan cukup baik. Dekat sini kita boleh nampak bagaimana kedudukan daripada pasukan SRG sebenarnya lebih bersedia untuk berhadapan tentera yang pertama nak dibandingkan dengan pasukan Team Flash. Yes, memang Moskov ada dekat bahagian jauh, dia boleh datang dengan ketika mana menggunakan dia punya Spear of Destruction, dan kita lihat bagaimana kedudukan daripada Innocence sangat-sangat dekat. Dah tutup muka dia pula. So, Innocent dah dekat lane tengah. Dengan ini juga expanding river memudahkan Innocent untuk hadir dekat bahagian teamfight dengan jauh lebih pantas dibandingkan dengan Moskov. Jadi di laluan dekat sini sebenarnya dimenangi oleh pasukan SRG, tapi ada beberapa momen yang baik ditunjukkan oleh siapa? Oleh legenda kita iaitu Zon, di mana ketika mana Skies cuba untuk membuka ulti dekat sini menggunakan dia punya barbell, kita nampak bagaimana kedudukan daripada Kaja dengan skill set yang baru, dia boleh knock back Leomot, dan ketika ini memberikan ruang kepada Skergeri untuk mendapatkan turtle yang pertama. Dan so far teamfight ketika ini memang sangat-sangat clean daripada pasukan Flash. Dan kat sini saya boleh nampak yang kombinasi daripada Ukir ketika menggunakan dia punya Frigid Glacier tu pun nampak sesuai, sangat cantik dekat bahagian early game. Nothing's go wrong untuk pasukan Flash. Tapi so far lepas mereka gagal momen, lepas momen ni berjaya, lepas tu kita tak nampak momen-momen lain dah sikit.
Tapi itu sebab kita ada MVP hidden as well, right? Bukan saja Zorn, tapi Trima dia pun flicker Daytona's Welcome untuk makan Skies. Tapi yang macam Milo cakap lah, lepas tu SRG they barely make mistake. Team Flash lah yang kena tangkap.
Betul. Bagi aku bukan tak suka combo daripada Kaja Aurora. Kalau kau nampak pun tadi adalah combo Daytona's Welcome campur Aurora, bukannya Kaja. Kaja tak buat apa. Kaja saja tanduk. Kalau nak tanduk, ada hero lain tanduk. Hero apa? Aku tak tahu.
Daytona's Welcome jadi Daytona's bye-bye.
So kalau kita tengok dekat sini, satu ulti yang cantik dilakukan oleh Barat. Dapat cantik. Kaja tarik cantik. Tapi nampak tak? Bukan aku tak suka. Tapi
ada
sempat react. Sebab tu kalau boleh aku nak Farsa. Satu sebab apa? Sebab Farsa ni kau tak perlu jaga position. Kalau kau nampak dekat sini di sepanjang game ni, targeting untuk pasukan daripada SRG pun bijak. Dia akan cuba hantar Uranus, halau Aurora daripada teamfight. Bila ramai-ramai nak layan, nanti ready to set up. So kita pergi ke next clip juga. Sama juga, di mana aku rasa ini adalah turning point. Di mana Barat
dapat Skies
dapat. Ini harga mahal. Kalaulah Farsa dekat sini, engkau boleh ulti dekat tempat ulti. Kau tak perlu nak ke depan merisikokan position kau. Elak dia kena ni. Lagi sekali tak berjaya kedash keluar.
Secara jujurnya dasarkan klip yang Apple tunjukkan kat sini adalah di mana untuk dia nak highlightkan juga kelemahan draft daripada pasukan Team Flash. But as a mid laner sendiri Husky, what do you think about Aurora pick berhadapan combokan dengan Kaja ataupun you have another mid laner?
Masa kat Test English saya dan Gideon pun ada berbincang antara Aurora, Vexana, Farsa dengan Eudora. Tapi masalah terbesar untuk Eudora adalah Uranus kan? Sama dengan Vexana. Jadi I think Aurora is the safest one. Risiko dia adalah execution dia susah. Sebab ada Purifier on Uranus, ada Flicker yang boleh mengelakkan combo-combo Kaja dengan Aurora. Tapi masa late game sebelum SRG menang, kita pun ada nampak kan Team Flash dia ada fleeting time on Zorn. Lepas tu dia boleh tangkap member SRG berturut-turut dengan combo Kaja Aurora. Yang tu dia memang berkesan. Masalahnya eksekusi itu susah.
Betul, bagi aku susah disebabkan range untuk Aurora dengan Farsa ni berbeza. Sebab in the late game, susah untuk kau dapat timing cantik berlawan dengan pro player. Kalau macam tadi, bagi aku is the golden time di mana Trima dapat execute telan Skies. Itu kalau aku lah dapat backup ataupun 2 kali titis pun okey dah. Instead of kau nak free. Sebab bagi aku dengan Rafaela tu sendiri boleh heal, ada lagi passive favor, ada lagi stun. Banyak benda kau nak kena fikir.
So kat sini aku boleh katakan bahawa di mana jika draft daripada Team Flash ada backup mid laner yang lebih pantas, yang juga merifatkan high ground, mungkin lebih pantas untuk mereka menjatuhkan target daripada pasukan SRG. Tapi kat sini adalah di mana kita ada juga counter argument dekat sini, di mana saya setuju dengan apa yang Husky katakan, safest pick. Yes, memang ada Aurora, tapi saya juga terpaksa bersetuju dengan Apple di mana mengatakan bahawa jika ada Farsa, dia lebih mematikan kombinasi tersebut. Sebab Feather Strike damage lebih besar dibandingkan dengan Frigid Glacier. Tapi Frigid Glacier mengutamakan chain CC, jadi menyebabkan kenapa pasukan SRG susah nak bergerak. Walhal secara hakikatnya sepatutnya itulah yang terjadi. SRG tak boleh nak bergerak, tapi mereka main pakai jari. Mereka
tak main pakai kaki.
Mereka main pakai jari. Jadi cepat untuk memberikan reaksi yang lebih pantas untuk gunakan flicker dan sebagainya. But so far saya boleh katakan kita akan menyaksikan gameplay of the day di mana kita akan berikan shout out kepada overall game yang ada pada hari ini, di mana kita menilai gameplay of the day ni diberikan kepada Innocent, di mana yang ini dipersetujui oleh saudara Apple, dan kemudian Husky boleh describe sikit? Apple?
Ya, betul.
Okay, aku describe lah. So dekat sini sebenarnya Innocent dah tahu dah Gary dalam tu, dan apa dia buat adalah dia baling patung dekat situ supaya Hardy keluar ke belakang atau ke depan. Tapi pemilihan jalan yang dipilih oleh Gary adalah salah, memulai ke depan, menampak macam reverse, tapi sebenarnya lifesteal dia agak tinggi.
Ya, lepas tu patung tu dia pun cover escape route lah. Jadi Gary dia TP balik pun dia tak boleh untuk melarikan diri daripada range patung tu.
The moment dia ke depan tu sebenarnya dia dah mati dah.
Betul. Ultimate Innocent pun bagi dia extra magic resist kan. Jadi dia pun boleh dengan lifesteal boleh survive lah against Gary.
Aku rasa dekat sini adalah di momen di mana sebenarnya Innocent sendiri dah tahu dah ada orang dalam tu. Dia just standby jika ada sebarang kesilapan dilaksanakan oleh pasukan musuh. Dan kita boleh nampak kesilapan tersebut memang dah dikirakan baik oleh player of the day kita ini sendiri, iaitu Innocent, dengan penggunaan Melissa yang cukup berbahaya lah, dengan penggunaan Cloud juga dalam game sebentar tadi di game yang kedua. Secara overall kita boleh nampak yang Innocent still the beast. Dia letakkan satu gold standard dekat MPL MY yang agak tinggi.
Aku punya pendapat Innocent ni lebih kepada IQ player lah. Not all player boleh buat macam tu di tournament. Di mana dia tanpa ragu-ragu dia tahu yang if Ali ke depan dia mati. Dan betul itu ditunjukkan oleh Gary. Gary ke depan cuba burst, you silap bro.
For overall performance?
Ya, saya rasa perbezaan between a good player and a great player adalah IQ lah yang Epo mentionkan. Semua player goal laner kita dalam MPL MY ada mekanik yang jago. Tapi IQ tu beza lah. Innocent is on another level.
Ya, terutamanya sekali apabila dia menggunakan hero-hero mekanik seperti Clark. Kita nampak betapa susahnya nak tangkap pemain ini dengan Winter Crown dan sebagainya. But overall, kita boleh nampak standing yang sudah pun berakhir di minggu yang kedua. SRG masih sejuk berada di tangga yang pertama. BTRM berada di tangga yang kedua. IG surprisingly menunjukkan satu prestasi yang cukup cemerlang. Vamos, sejak tak ada sempat nampak macam goyah, tapi mereka at least boleh kekalkan momentum untuk dapatkan kemenangan juga. But what happened to RRQ dan juga AC?
Mana dengan RRQ?
Saya pun tak tahu.
Kalau aku
I'm also lost lah untuk RRQ.
Kalau untuk aku RRQ perlu tukar Roma, perlu tukar ESP, mencari lagi timing, tempo. Even aku ada baca juga komen di mana Sasa pun dah tak tahu nak buat apa.
Kalau dah jadi macam ni, Pak Ape pun tak tahu nak buat apa lah. Memang sakit. Tapi berbalik juga dengan pasukan AC, di mana cabaran mereka dah kena 2-0 tadi. Minggu depan buka-buka lawan SRG. Macam mana Husky? What can be done dengan pasukan AC dalam masa seminggu mereka ada ni?
Saya rasa untuk AC dia kena memperbaiki mid lane trio lah. Sebab draft Sora make sense. But sadly tadi against Team Rey, dia pick Rafa tapi dia tak ada tempo player.
Yes.
Draft tu tak ada tempo. So dia orang kena memperbaiki draft sequence tu untuk dapat draft yang make more sense lah.
Dia ambil Rafa dengan apa tadi
Rafa dengan Minotaur, Nolan.
Dia macam Husky katakan sebentar tadi, mereka tak ada orang yang boleh panjangkan team fight untuk Rafaela utilize kan, maximizekan dia penggunaan dia.
Nolan kena ada tempo. Tapi Minotaur tu dia lembab. Rafaela pun tak boleh nak support Nolan kan. Lepas tu dia ada Brody, tapi Brody yang kena pressure dengan Claude.
Betul.
Dia cakap Reza lembab.
Hero lembab.
Okay, takut. Apa kau kat English tak ada yang kecam. Dekat bahasa Malaysia ramai yang boleh kecam. Tapi so far, ayo join the land of di mana jangan lupa untuk redeem code tersebut. Scan je QR tersebut. Kalau nak baca sendiri, bacalah. Sebab aku tak nak sebut panjang-panjang ni, agak susah untuk baca. But so far, ada yang sudah pun memenangi beberapa hadiah yang menarik. Selain daripada EXP dan juga Quill tu, ada yang dapat motor. Ui! Motor? Tapi kita juga masih ada. Kalau kata bosan, hari MPL dah habis, tak tahu nak buat apa, jangan lupa untuk dapatkan ataupun lihatkan, watch on YouTube Todak Gaming every Tuesday pada pukul 8 PM. Ada Lafel, ada Rain dan juga Lord. So far awak layan mereka punya episod?
Ada. Setiap Selasa.
Betul. Nasib baik
8.
Betul. Darius lah. Dapat note. Takut salah.
Nak jersey. Bukan itu sahaja, kita sudah pun menikmati pelbagai sukan-sukan yang menarik juga dekat Sukma. Tapi kita nak fokuskan kepada Sukma MLBB Women, di mana gol pasukan Selangor selepas tim lelaki tertidur awal. Di mana Silver Haria, Penang Haria berada di bronze adalah wilayah persekutuan. Cool, kalau kau main Sumbang, kau wakil mana sebenarnya?
Aku wakil Selangor.
Kau wakil Selangor. Husky?
Faham.
Faham.
Faham
Faham.
Kau?
Aku Kedah.
Kedah.
Tak ada yang pro kat Kedah. Jauh. Reza pun Penang.
Ya.
Orang Kedah. Oh, dark system.
Banyak masuk toilet.
Sebab dekat. Ada banyak makanan best-best. Makanan pun murah. Memang mudah akses orang cakap. Tapi apa pun, thank you so much Husky bersama dengan kita Apple. Kita akan jumpa lagi next week. Dan so far kita dah pun berakhir segmen kita pada hari ini, di mana kita akan jumpa lagi pada minggu hadapan. Assalamualaikum dan bye-bye.
Siap kalau nak try guys.
Okay, aku beli.
Sambil. Ulti. Verify. Boleh.
Go. Okay, aku pilih.
Bella Rex lah. Gerak ni. Resmar, aman. No ulti Melissa, no verify juga.
Nice boy.
Ayo man.
Mas Komis.
Agak.
Mas Komis ah.
Mas Komis. Tengok. Buang V10 Allah.
Go. Sen, I push you. Kirana FM.
No one ah. Moskop no one guys.
Cepat lagi.
Ini no flicker, Yum.
Aku dapat lemot.
Aku ikat. Dapat lemot. Aman gua. No one. No winter. Cloud. No yellow ya. Lu mati gak?
Kerat.
Down dulu ah.
Aman, barat no flicker guys. Barat.
Kalau no flicker.
Di by me.
Barat.
Barat Afrika. Dah aku dapat 2.
Aku tak ada house tau.
Aman, sorry. Solid.
Tower.
Nice.
Kaja man.
I don't want to fight that hero again.